world blind. Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
That's it, the end of the song. Next time you'll sing along. Trust me, there's nothing wrong. I just need to carry on, cause society's a myth put there to make you sit. Listen to what they give. Don't ask questions, shut your lid. Yeah, don't ask questions, shut your lid. I need to run away from this and go get off the grid. Feel like my brain is overloaded, man, I'm losing it. Don't let them tell you what to do, man, they don't know shit.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind.
What up, Nine?
Please.
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
give them what they ask for.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Who am I? I'm the one who put in the work.
When I move, is it a quick rumble? I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
What up, Nine?
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title, we about to get into it. But before we get into that, ain't nobody in the chat. Shout out to the Bush Watchers. Shout out to the people in the Raptors. Appreciate y'all. So hopefully Gary didn't go to sleep. I want to trigger Gary tonight. And with y'all help, I think we can accomplish an epic stream. If we can just trigger this brother. We get Gary mad. Y'all know Gary. Gary sit back, relax, cool, chill. He one of them, like them old school Slim Moore field pimps, just quiet. And when he do talk, it's profound. No, we want to trigger. I want Gary to go off. Because see, look, y'all ain't privy to the conversations me and Gary had. And I be triggering them in them conversations. I say something to hear, just go in, go off. He goes Super Saiyan mode, so we definitely go try to trigger Gary tonight. So if he come up, or as soon as he come up, there he go. Mr. 33 himself, Mr. Gary Busted Down Brown. Yeah, we go trigger Gary tonight. We gonna put him in Super Saiyan 4 mode, have him snapping and capping, so he could, well, not snapping, and when we say capping, it ain't bad. It's like, but yeah, we'll have him snapping and rapping. I'm gonna say that. We'll have him snapping and rapping because Gary ain't capping. We're gonna have him bust it down and bust it up. And that's what's up. Yeah, we go trigger. Stoic, what up, Nine? What up, though, Stoic? Appreciate you. Yeah, me and Gary be having like epic conversations, and I'd be like, and he just said it today. He was like, "Well, good thing we on the phone, so you can't clip me." Yeah, but I'm gonna get your ass tonight. I'm gonna get you. So let the triggering begin. So I was having a conversation. Well, he up there now. I ain't even got it. Can't trigger those that stay cool, calm, and collected. Nah, it's a different trigger. There's many different triggers in life, right? You got triggers to make people angry.
You try to trigger with the finger. What you doing with the trigger? What up, though?
What up, though? See, Stoic, there's many different triggers, bro. You can, they got angry triggers, they got happy triggers, they got sad triggers. I'm doing the legendary Super Saiyan trigger. Yeah, I'm about to turn them supers. So Gary, I was having this conversation yesterday, right? And the dude was telling me I'm a new age guy, and I didn't finish the clip, so I can't play it. But yeah, he was saying I'm a new age guy, and he was going to teach me and scold me. Then I asked him about the 2 creation stories in Guinness, right? And he was just basically saying he'd debate me. But my whole point with that is like, you talk often about being Christ-like, right? And instead of people reading the book and practicing the book, they rather read it and try to debate you. It's proved to you they know more about the book than you. And is that Christ-like? I mean, is that even how you develop a relationship with God? Read the book and then debate people?
I don't know what people's intent of reading the book is, to be honest with you. For me, when you was born, when you got, the elders and the big mamas and whatever else you want to call your grandparents, whatever have you, right? You go to an event like that. You go to church because they think that's it for you, right? But for me, it's something different. For me, I need to know what's going on around me. I need to know what I'm reading, why I'm reading it, what is the merit of this book. They say it's life changing, and I agree with it, right? So now I need to understand, why is it life changing? How is it going to work for me? How does it benefit me? How does it make me a person that is unique from other people? So I read it with the intent of trying to understand what it's going to do for me. How does it benefit me? If people are just reading it just to read it, it's just a story to them, right? Even if it's just a story to the individual, there's still life lessons in the book, right? If you read Aesop, the fables have meaning. It has a lesson to it. Shakespeare has meaning in morals to the story. So too does this book that they call the Bible. It is the greatest story ever told, right? Because it's been told so many times, right? Whether it's Greek, Aramaic, Hebrew, uh, whatever other way you want to look at it. You know, they got the Ethiopian Bible. They have all of these different Bibles. So it's been told throughout the entire world over the past thousands of years. Is it history? It may be history, right? But the stories and the morals of the book is valid to me. I can't speak for everybody else, but for me, just the morals of the book is valid.
D. What up, though, sis? Appreciate you. Bud Files, what up,
I'm with
though?
it 9 times. But what's going on?
But I'm saying, what's the so the morals and stuff, the stories and the morals in the book is good. But why is it more important? What makes them important? Like, why are they valuable? Like, I get it, but I'm just being a devil's advocate right now. I'm trying to trigger you.
Right. So you're trying, but you ain't gonna do it. It's valuable.
That is the challenge.
Okay. It's valuable for me because even if you got creation, right? You got the creation story, right?
Well, which one?
The first thing, if you're going from the beginning, the first one, it says, let us, right? Let us. Okay, my first question is, who is he talking to? Who is us? Right? Most people gonna say it's the Trinity, right? Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Okay. So all of y'all is divided, but y'all together, but y'all divided, right? I believe in a Trinity, not that Trinity. That's me. Right? Okay, so then I just finished reading somewhere. Well, God got a council. Okay, but if it's one mono God, who the hell is he counseling? The angels can't create unless God gave the angels creative powers all of a sudden. He can't be talking to them. So let us make them in our image. Who is them? Because in the beginning, he made Adam. That's one part of the story, right? So if he only created man first, who is them? Okay. But we go into the rest of Genesis 1, and he created men and women. Okay, so now he created men and women. Second question is, okay, where are they at? Where are they from? Where did they go? Right?
They gave him dominion of the world. Told him to go forth and be fruitful.
He did say that in Genesis 1. Right? So then we get to Genesis 2, we get to the 6th day, the 7th. But first of all, I'm still confused because if he rested on the 7th day, when was Adam and Eve made?
After that.
So,
bro,
he wasn't completing.
Bro, this is like, man, But I try to explain this to people. I be hearing some of the most ridiculous shit that people. Oh, first he was creating the universe. I said, in Genesis 2, the world was already done, right? When he looked over it. In Genesis 2, after the seventh day, it finishes. Genesis 2 finished the seventh day, bro. It's not until either the third or fourth chapter where it start talking about, he was looking around and realized it ain't rain yet. And when he seen it ain't
No,
rain, he noticed that he didn't have anyone to plow the grass, bro.
yeah, nobody. There was no one to
So that's
till
what
the ground.
motivated him to make Adam. That's what motivated. He
So,
didn't make Adam until after he noticed that. That's what motivated him to make Adam and put him in that garden. See, he gave
mhm.
the first creation dominion over the world. I don't see how people can't comprehend it. He literally told them, "We give you dominion over the beasts and go forth and be fruitful." And then
Right.
he was chilling and was like, "Damn, the ground need to be tilled." So he made Adam. And when he made Adam, he created the garden. In the first story, the animals and everything was made before man. In this story, once he made Adam, then he started forming the beasts. They already had he already knew what to make because he made them already. He just made some
Mm,
special for that garden. That's what the story
okay.
say.
So he had all. So you saying he already made the cattle. He already made the oxen. He made all of those things to plow the ground. That's how if I'm not mistaken, that's how they plow the ground till recently. So you got to get the oxen. You got to get the cow, the pig. You got to get all of these things in order to have a garden or a farm, right? But they say this is the Garden of Eden. Okay, cool. So you saying he waited about what? There's not even a timetable on it, right? Because on the seventh day he rested. Then he made Adam after the seventh day because he rested. You're like, I'm chilling. All right, wait, hold on. Let me get this guy over here. So that's the second creation, right? If that's the second creation, he made Adam. He's like, dang, Adam, you look lonely. I mean, I guess he was saying he looked lonely or whatever, and then made Eve. So because he needed a helpmate with what?
So if you look, Genesis 2:2, by the seventh day, God had finished the work he had been doing. So on that seventh
Mm-hmm.
day, he rested from all his work. God blessed the seventh day and made it holy because, okay, so we know that. And then is the account
Mm-hmm.
of Adam and Eve. This is the account of the heaven and the earth when they were created. When the Lord made the earth and heaven, it's already made. Now, no shrubs because it's already made, right? So now God looking. No shrubs had yet appeared, and no plant had yet sprung up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. No shrub had just sprung up, for the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground.
But streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface. It didn't have to rain. He opened up.
Right.
He opened up the. He opened up the earth, and the water came from under the ground, and then that made the soil fertile, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then what we had, the Lord God formed a man. Right after he did all this, he made a man. He made a man again from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. Now, if you notice, before that would be the living soul.
Looking so it's the what this is the new international version. That's why. Hold on,
No,
let
I'm
me
just
see.
saying. So
I don't
when I
know.
asked that question before, what is the beginning of life, spirit or soul? That's where people get the soul from, because he made man a living soul. So for me, the soul is is the spark of life, right? The spirit of life connects you with the higher power, the creator of the universe, God, Yahweh, excuse me, I ain't mean to say Muhammad, Allah, Buddha, whoever you worshiping. That is the spirit. That's why you have a spirit. But as you go along, then he opens up Eve, and they ain't no. I mean, he makes Eve through the rib. Because God can do all things. So now he did something improper in order to make a woman, which was Eve. So now the next question is, see, I'm gonna be like people that's crazy. Okay, so God had an operation, and he didn't make and Adam had no stitches, no nothing, right? So the second question would be,
did Adam have a belly button? Bro, I hate when people say that shit. Did Adam have a belly button? Like, what you mean? In the picture? Like, bro, no, stop talking to me.
I'm not, see, because even with me, I'm saying, okay, he made him a living being. So the second question is, okay, what is a being? Is not a spirit a being? It's not a soul a being.
So if I say I'm a divine being having a human experience, that won't be too far off now from the biblical standpoint, now will it? Because
say that again.
If I say I'm a divine being having a human experience, and I explain it to you because I have the essence of God, meaning the breath of God within me, is that too far off what this is saying?
That's a nice translation of it. No, you can be a divine being, right? Because
I'm just saying I'm of God, bro. I'm God people. That's all I'm saying. I'm the creator's people. I'm not going to use the term God because they always associate. I'm the creator's people. That's all I be saying, bro. People don't like that, bro.
No, they don't, because when you talk to religious people, it's blasphemous. Right?
But how you have to when that's how we create,
because that's
bro.
religion. Because that's religion. Religion, for religious people, that's blasphemous. If you speak to a spiritual person, that'll be understandable. It's understandable because later on in the book, in that New Testament they talk about, they always tell you to try the spirit to see if the spirit is of God. So my question for them is, how could you try the spirit in the flesh? That's kind of impossible to do when you are in your fleshly nature, right? We as human beings don't know how to be in a spiritual nature. We don't know it because our natural carnal situation is just that. We're carnal beings. That's why a lot of people don't know that they have a spirit in them. It's some people that really don't understand what the soul is. So they don't comprehend the internal situation of life. That's why a lot of people look outside in instead of inside out. They don't have that recollection. Yeah, they want to be Diana Ross. Outside, upside down, you turn to me. Yeah, that's how they are. They do everything in reverse. Right? So when you have that situation and you're looking outside in, that basically tells you the entire Old Testament. That's why they do everything outside in. Right?
What up, though, Rach? What up, though, Commander? What up, Nines?
Chat, where you at?
The Commander of the General Defense is in the building. What it do? What the business is? Stop playing with me. What up? That's my 9. Commander, you better bring your butt up here. We triggering Gary. We triggering.
I want
I'm trying to put him in Super Saiyan mode. He wanted to be all nice and polite. Man, you should have heard him earlier. He was like, man, they don't get it, bro. And he was just breaking it down. I'm just sitting there listening, and I'm looking like, oh no, we need this on record. We need to get like his passion, his fire. But you know what? I think he just scared, Commander. I think he's scared. I think he's scared.
So too. I think so too.
Well, you know what? You get off of here. I'm gonna call you, and then I'm gonna just patch it into the live. That's what I'm gonna do.
No,
we ain't gonna do it.
we ain't doing
We
that.
have to do it on the phone.
We ain't doing all that. No, I'm straight. No, I'm straight.
Hey, y'all. Guess what? Your boy can go live on TikTok and what's the other one? Instagram. So make sure y'all. I need y'all over on TikTok because when I go live, I need some moderators. I need y'all to have my back over there when we go live over there. So definitely get over there. It's Coach D. I put it in the chat. We'll go over there. So
first off, congratulations on the new boundaries. You expanding the horizon, the boundaries. That's what's up.
How
right?
do I show my TikTok thing? I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to work TikTok.
I'm not familiar with TikTok because they always talking about ending it, going back, going forth. So I'm not doing that. Get all excited. Hey, we're ending it in 90 days. Right? Yeah, but see, the trigger me, the questions gotta be on point, and then you gotta have how do I say this? You gotta have people that's adamant that they know what they're talking about. If you adamant, we can have a conversation.
But I'm saying is, what about the people? What about the people who want? What up, though, James? Hold on, give me 1 second, James. What about the people who won't change, but they don't change? Like the people who want the positive. Why can't they find you, bro? Why you hiding? Why you hiding from these people, Gary?
Well,
people
first of all,
begging for positive channels, positive conversations, and Gary busted down. I mean, you're hiding from him, bro.
Okay, well, that's kind of simple. First of all, first thing first, I don't do change. I improve, right? I want people to improve because you can always change for the worse. You never heard nobody improve for the worse. That's one. That's me though, right? Second, I've been up here. I've been around here for I want to say a year and a half now. I've been local. I've been on several people's panels. I have not steered away from none of them. Right? When the conversation is had, I do appear. Now, I cannot explain why they think I'm missing or I'm hidden. I'm not hidden. I'm right there. I'm right here. A lot of the times I'm here with you. Right? I'm here with you. I'm here with Meek. I'm here with Selena. I'm here with a whole bunch of people. But if they cannot find me, it's because they're not looking.
Commander, come help me trigger him. He won't trigger.
They don't.
James, what up, though? James, you about to tell? Let me ask James something real quick. James, you about to tell us this the same creation story? Please do, so I can trigger Gary.
What's the same creation story?
No, we were saying I was showing Guinness's. What is that? Guinness's 16, 116, and then Guinness's 24, 26.
I'm James, sir. I'm James.
James,
what up, though?
Yeah, I just seen you on that one panel. They was going crazy over there.
Oh, Raging Tomatoes.
I don't know who panel it was. DJ Guinness's was sharing it out, and then I seen you on the panel.
Yeah, it was Raging Tomatoes. Yeah, it was going crazy. She's having a panel tonight. I think they're the same one, as far as Genesis 1 and Genesis 2.
Okay. Why do what are we basing this on?
It seems like it's a continuation. Genesis 2 is a continuation of Genesis 1. It wraps up the seventh day, and then it starts talking about the creation of Adam and Eve. It's going back to the sixth day, and going a little bit more in depth on it. Whereas on the sixth day, Adam and Eve were created. It's going a little bit more in depth on how they were created. Like they were created from the dust of the ground, and he put a breath in them, and then they became a living soul.
So two things.
Put the ruach in them, that is.
But two things I just want to ask from even that interpretation, right? If it's a continuation, I mean, if it's a more in depth account of what happened in Genesis 1, how come in Genesis? How do you explain in Genesis 1 after man and woman was created, they was told for to go be fruitful, and in Genesis 2. After they were created, they were put in a garden. Not only were they put in a garden, but then they got banished from the garden. Like, they got punished.
So
the first creation of people, they got blessed and gave dominion over the earth. But the second one, they got punished and kicked out the garden.
Do me a favor. Pull up the creation. Pull up when he created men and women in the first chapter of Genesis, please.
Well, again, I think they're the same people, though. That's Adam and Eve. It's just, like I say, going more in depth, because I think even before the fall, we had the ability to have babies. I think what changed between, the time when we were in the garden, that is, we were in Eve, we had the dominion over the garden, the earth. The thing what changed was the fact that women would give birth in pain instead of there would be like no pain. That would be part of the curse.
Okay.
And then men had their curse of tilling the ground and having a hard time tilling the ground and having to work really hard to bring in food to support the family.
So
what family? Hold on. What family?
The family they were going to have, the family that they did have.
Okay, so here's my question.
They could have had a family before the quote unquote fall. That's what I believe. Because there's no reason to suggest that they couldn't have a family in the Garden of Eden.
Absolutely, there is.
Because there's no reason to believe that Elohim didn't want them to have a family in the Garden of Eden.
Then why didn't they?
Because they didn't have time, because they decided to go down the road of eating out of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and then Elohim kicked them out of the garden, so they didn't have time to have a family.
Okay, so here's the next question. Does the Bible say that God spoke to Eve?
And even, like I said, the part where they got kicked out of the garden too early, that's my theory. Everything I'm saying is my opinions.
No, I understand.
I just want to put that disclaimer out there. What was the question again? My bad, I forgot the question.
Does the Bible state that God spoke to Eve?
As far as I know,
the only time he
spoke to Eve was during the giving of the curses.
Okay, so
but he didn't speak to Eve to give her a direct commandment. That was given through Adam.
I understand.
As far as the commandment to not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and it was Adam's place to make sure that didn't happen, from my understanding.
Okay,
he failed. That man failed.
Well, man didn't fail.
Well, Adam means man. Adam means
I'm saying
man failed.
What I'm saying is he didn't fail, right? I don't think he failed because
how do you figure?
It's because it's possible, since we're doing ideas, that she thought she was talking to God.
She thought she was talking to God when she was talking to the serpent.
Correct.
How did she think that she was talking to God when she was talking to the serpent? Because the words that were expressed in the Bible does not suggest that she thought that she was talking to God. Because
who she thought she was talking to?
She thought she was talking to
What other?
the serpent, Satan, the serpent of. Well,
There was no name mentioned. He never said I was.
but
He never said I was anybody. And it's
yeah,
only two people in the
but
garden.
but there was actually, sir. Actually, there was a name mentioned because God was brought up in that conversation because
Okay.
as she talked about the commandment that was given to not eat of the tree. Well, actually, the serpent technically brought it up first, not to eat from the tree, but she agreed that there was a commandment not to give him to eat from the tree.
Then
But
why
then the
did she eat
serpent
it?
tried to say, "Well, no, it's just if you know,
So that's why Adam didn't
you
fail,
don't
though.
like us." Let me pull it up. Actually,
Well, by what you just stated, Adam didn't fail because she was told
well,
not
she
to
knew
eat
the
of the tree.
commandment, but the thing was, though, the serpent tried to add on to the commandment. He said something about it was that you wouldn't die, by touching it, because he was
And
trying to.
eating it. So basically, what happened was he said, "Surely, God told you, surely, if you eat of the tree, you will die, but you will not." That's what he said. He said, "What you
That's
will
what he
be,
said.
you know good and evil like God." So he was basically telling you, like, yeah, God lied to you. If you
Yeah,
eat
he's
it,
trying
you'll
to
go
say
die.
God lied, yeah, and tricked her
But
and
he,
added to the word and by saying
but
it.
that technically, I mean, most people associate that as a trick, but that was just simply the truth.
So here's the next
Only thing he
question.
told her, he wasn't go die if you eat, but you would know everything that he said came true.
So
That's what.
so when did they get free will?
Well, they had free will from the very get go.
Did they?
Yeah, they had free will from the
I'm gonna
very
let y'all
get go,
talk
from my
about
understanding.
it. Who's that? What up, though?
Okay, so they had free will, and then so in order to have how could you have free will without knowledge?
Well, you can have free will absent of knowledge. Free will doesn't necessarily require knowledge. Because I can choose to do something without having the knowledge of how something works, right? Like, for example, I can drink a soda pop, but absent of the knowledge of the fact that it's bad for me. It's going to cause bad side effects. I could choose
But
whether or
how
not
would
to
you
drink
know?
that
How would
soda
you know?
pop, right?
But how would you know it's bad without the information?
Well, yeah, but that's kind of what happens with gaining knowledge. Sometimes you have to try things in order to gain some information.
Can I ask a question?
But how could you
That's,
make a choice if you don't know if it's a choice or not?
well, it is a choice. Everything's a choice. Getting up out of bed is a choice.
Now it is. We're not talking about now. We're talking about back then.
Well, back then it
Before
was
we,
too. It's always been like that. You always have choices. That's
Oh,
not
okay.
nothing. That was pre. You want to call it the fall? The fall. I mean,
The
can
fall
I ask
has
a
nothing to do
question?
with it.
Well, can I ask what is the definition of free will? Like, what is your what is you can either give me a definition or a meaning. It don't matter.
what I
Just for
mean.
the context for the conversation. Yeah, both. I mean, both of y'all, if y'all, I'm just for the context of the conversation. Because I mean, when you say free will, people perceive it differently. So I'm just trying, like, are you using the base understanding, like, or like, is there a Christian definition?
Well, I would say my understanding personally would be that you have the choice to do something or not do something. It doesn't mean it would be absent of influence. You could have influence that would influence your choice, or someone else's choices could cause you to go one way or the other as well, and cause effect to your life in some way.
Okay, I can agree with that. Just the option to do what you feel you want to do. I'm not going to say it's a desire. It's just something that you you have a choice to make a decision of what you want to do with said situations. I'm gonna say that's free will for the basis of the conversation. So if that if we agree on that, I think we're saying the same thing. Uh,
Right, because I mean, like my understanding of free will is uh, capability of making choices or decisions absent of any external influence. You know,
mm,
You said without?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
without any external influence, meaning nothing outside you is influencing the decisions or choices you make. So from that concept, as most people use it, I don't believe free will and God associate together. I don't think those two things can go together. Because if you believe in God and you kind of walk that path, of course everything you do is going to be influenced. It should be. If I'm trying to get, like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
mm,
but I'm not sure how you could get it without influence. How you could get free will without influence, anything in there. I mean, because even the biblical idea of having choices of free will, it involves influence. Because even God influenced the Israelites and
And
everything.
that, that's what I'm saying. So, like,
I mean,
but,
yeah.
mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get back there.
And you can tell that he gave them choices because he said, I set before you today life and death. And he's basically asking them to choose life. I think that was in Deuteronomy, Devarim, if I remember correctly, Devarim.
Well, here's the thing. If memory serves me correct, he told Adam, "You can eat anything you want, but of the tree and evil, don't eat." Right. So nobody knew. Everybody, well, they both knew because it was only two people, even though he made men and women. But in the Garden of Eden, those was the only two there. And so he must have instructed her, according to what you just said, he must have instructed her not to eat from the tree of good and evil, right? So
Yeah, Adam. Yeah, I would say Adam instructed her. Yeah.
so one, when she did partake of the from the tree, why did Adam eat it? Was it not something different from the tree of good? So was all the fruit the same?
Well, I mean, I see. The thing is, Genesis, the Breshit, it doesn't really go in depth as I think it does. It's very brief on what it says about the creation stuff and what happened around creation. Because I
Mm,
know in the Bible it has these tendencies to do these things where it's very brief about things when it's talked about it before and it's really been really in depth about it before. It has a tendency to do that in the Bible. So I'm thinking there's a book, in my opinion, this is my opinion, that um, elaborates more on what happened there. I think there's a book that Adam and Eve wrote.
Book of Generation. So
Yeah,
the
the
Book
book
of
of
Generation.
Generation. Yeah.
But see now, if you even allude to that, then now we're talking about three different creation stories. Because the
Is
Book of
that where the
Generation has
third
the
one
third,
comes from? Because I never heard of it.
yeah, it's the Book of Generation, but then they consider that a Gnostic, um, a Gnostic text.
Oh.
That the Book of Generation has three, and in that book it details even more how each one creation was made of the gods or like the gods. The second creation was made by God, and the third creation what was made by not God but uh, someone trying to assume it was made by one of the fallen angels. The third creation. Those are the soulless beings. So when the devil said
and
when God said your seed and your seed will be but that's he was talking about the third creation. When you
Huh.
read the book of generations, that's what it is.
mm,
But
and
yeah,
Huh.
my
even
brother
going
said
from the beginning,
yeah, Yeah, we
So
gonna
even
get
going from
into
the
it.
beginning, James, I'm going to ask this question. When God said, let us, who do you think he was referring to as the us?
Well, I think he was probably referring to possibly the council, because there's this idea of
Hmm.
the council of Elohim, um, that people
The
believe.
council of Elohim.
Well,
Can
yes, the
you
heavenly
expand on that
council
a
is
little
like
bit, please?
it's a council of like Elohim and then his angels, some of his angels. I don't know about all of them, but some of them. There's a
James
council
fucking with the Old Testament. He fucking with the Hebrew. That's what James
because
fucking with.
Because Job alludes, the book of Job alludes to this council, because there's this
Now,
council
James,
Mm-hmm.
meeting in the book of Job going on, right? Where they get together. Elohim walks in and they're talking and everything. This is when you're introduced more formally to the Satan character, or I should
Yes.
say, Satan, which is the
When he
serpent,
asks where he
as
go,
we
where's he
know of.
been?
The what?
When he asks Satan where he's been, and Satan's been to and fro
To
throughout the
and
world.
fro through the earth, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and all that. And then he challenges him to, tempt Job into denying him and everything. So I think the council is what he was talking to. I think he did the creation, like Elohim. He did the creation part. He just created, like, they were all in his image, his whole entire council. So that's how it gets it in our image, after our
So,
likeness.
so, so now my next question is going to be: do angels have creative powers?
No, no, they don't. That's what I'm saying. Elohim
So
is the
how,
only one that can create. Like they probably
so
have
how
some
could
sort
it
of
be?
creation. They have some sort of creation power like we do, but not like Elohim does. Because even we have some sort of creation power, whereas we don't have like the fullity of like what Elohim does, where he can create things out of like nowhere. Like we don't have that. Like he could just create something, snap his fingers, basically, if he had fingers, and create something, but he doesn't have fingers.
Well, I don't.
so,
That's why I have a. That's why for me, I have a problem with the entire situation, because if angels, first of all, angels are less. They're less than us. So how could they create a human?
Well, actually, angels in our current state are higher than us
No,
because
no,
we're
no, no, no.
not
We're not
we're
talking about
not
the
where
current
we're
state. We're
supposed
talking
to
about
be.
back then, right?
Well,
Because
even
they're
back
lower than us.
then, well, back then the thing was we hadn't eaten from the tree of life yet, so we wasn't in the state that Elohim wanted us to be. We wasn't there yet. We were
Wait,
we're
huh?
we're in the state. We're kind of like in the state where we're at now without the curses. We're where we're at
Wait,
now without the curses.
hey,
That was
hey,
all it was.
James, real quick,
I'm
James,
confused.
I know you look into the Hebrew a lot, right?
Yeah,
To
I
the
do.
Hebrew
I
word.
focus heavily on the Hebrew. Yeah.
Now check this out. I want you to notice this. In Genesis, in the Hebrew, it just says Elohim, but in Genesis 2, in the creation, it say Elohim Yahweh. It's specifically naming the Elohim of Yahweh. Now the
Y-
council
y-
is a council, and Elohim is actually a title,
Well,
name,
well, well.
title.
If you look at the Septuagint, it doesn't have the divine
Yahweh. I
name
can,
there.
yeah,
If you look at
yeah.
the
I can. I
Septuagint,
mean, the Septuagint. I agree with that, and I forgot what. I can go back into my notes, but I forgot they actually placed the Yahweh in there. Um,
yeah, in the Masoretic
yeah,
or
that
Masoretic,
they
Masoretic, I think it's Masoretic text. They put
the
Yahweh.
Masoretic. Yeah, that's when they start placing Yahweh there. But
Yeah.
even from that concept, it was singular in the Masoretic. I mean, the Yahweh made it. They were specifically naming because even in the Septuagint, it had the word for Lord. So it wasn't just Elohim; it was the Lord Elohim. So that means they were
Whoa.
naming
Wait a minute,
someone
Kyrios.
specifically.
I don't remember saying Kyrios there when I looked at the Septuagint. I don't remember saying Kyrios. I must have missed it. I gotta go back and look at that.
Let me
Because
see.
Kyrios is the
Mm.
word for Lord in the Koine Greek. Kyrios, something like that. Kyrios.
According to Greek, yeah.
Yeah,
But no, that's the Greek. I'm talking about the Hebrew.
yeah. But you said the word for
The
Lord
Lord.
was in the Greek though in the Septuagint. I don't remember saying that
Hmm.
when I looked at the actual Septuagint on Blue Letter Bible, but maybe I missed it.
Hmm. You know, I mean, like I said, for me, it has it's a big difference, right? Because if something is lower than me, how can it create me?
Well, again, I don't think. First off, I don't think the angels are lower than us. I think the angels are higher than us. And then
Mm-mm.
second off, I
They
don't
can't.
think they
They
created
can't be.
either.
They
I
can't be
think
because
far as creating us, as in like out of nowhere, they 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 didn't do that. That was Elohim. They were just there. The only
oh,
thing
so he was
angels
just
can do as far as creating is create either to help create like a heaven kind of area for you, like they bless you, or they can help create chaos in your life, like calamity. Because I can say they can do that because Satan can create calamity. Clearly, according to Job, and he was a fallen angel. So, so the angels
but
clearly have that power. The,
wasn't
the
those fallen angels also said to create life?
do what?
Wasn't the fallen angels also said to have created life?
Where does it say that at?
What were the giants?
Oh, you meant where they procreated with the women, supposedly in Genesis. That depends on your interpretation in Genesis 6. There's two theories with Genesis 6 that you could take. Either they procreated with the women, or they were not the ones. It was talking about where it was referring to Cain's seed instead, like it was a human. That depends on your interpretations of Genesis 6. There's
Mm.
two schools of thought at least on that, although there might be more schools of thought on that
The
if I was to look at the
Nephilims and
Jewish
the
sources, but
Nephilims and
that's
all of
just
those
Christian
type of things,
sources, and I'm talking about the two schools of thought on Christian sources. I don't know what the Jewish
right?
sources. I haven't had time to really comb through all that because there's a lot of different thoughts on stuff as far as the Bible when you're looking at the Talmud and stuff. You have to comb through all that.
Mm.
So there's
It,
like 72
it's
volumes of the Talmud alone, as far as I know.
mhm.
I don't know what
And
they talk about.
so even with that, right? Okay, so
Oh,
let's bypass the. Go ahead. Go. What you gonna say?
no, in the Septuagint, you said the word for Lord was what?
Curios. I think that's the word. Curios or something like that.
Um,
Curios. Hold on, let me look it up to double check.
So now, we know they ate the fruit. We know they got kicked out the garden. We know after they got kicked out the garden, they had children, right? How many children did they have?
So it had Abel, Cain, and then they had the one that replaced Abel, which was
So they had 3 kids,
had three
right?
kids. Yeah.
Okay, and it was 3 boys.
Yeah, as far as I know, but
Okay,
that was the only kids mentioned, but it doesn't mean that they didn't have girls. They just didn't talk about girls because of how things worked.
but they the first three.
Yeah, they had first three, but it doesn't mean they didn't have girls though. They could have had girls too, so they could have
When
boys, but
in between the first three.
could have. I mean, because there's enough time span there to work with, and they lived for a long time. I mean, that was plenty of time to do all that. Because
Oh,
can't remember what age Adam was when they had. He was already a couple hundred years old, I think, when they had their first child.
well, then that's scientifically impossible,
Whoa,
right?
You
no, not
know
really. You're talking about time
How?
before the flood. You're talking about time before the flood, though, which caused
I don't care what time.
catastrophic
How
issues.
long? Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question. How long does it take you to have a child?
9 months right now. It could have been
So you
shorter
think?
back then. It could have been 6 months back then. Who knows? I'm
Okay,
only
so that means
speculating. I mean,
okay. So I'm speculating with you then. So you can have 2 children a year. We're gonna speculate, right? So you can have 2
well,
children
you
a
have to
year,
have a
right?
recovery period too. Don't forget about that. Women got to recover
I'm
from all
I'm not. I'm not.
that.
So when
So 2
he says,
childs.
okay, so when he says they are going to kill me after he gets the scarlet letter, who is the hell is they? Because they can only have 2 children a year.
Yeah, but they got a lot of years to have children. There's no telling how many
So which,
daughters they could have had. They might even have more sons than just those 3. Who knows? I mean, because
no,
again, Genesis, I don't think records it all. I think it's briefly talking about certain things because, like I said, the Bible has this tendency to do this thing where it briefly talks about something after it's done extensively covered it once. It's
and,
not going to go in depth again. It has
and
this
real
remedy or I mean rhythm rather, not remedy, rhythm.
and real quick, let me James, I gotta correct myself. So Carryouts was not used in 2.7, it was used in 2.5. So
2.5.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it was used in 2.5, not 2.7. So they didn't use the word Lord God in but in the Hebrew they did, but in this they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well,
it was right on that point. I mean, I
yeah.
know I seen it. I know I seen it, but it wasn't in 2.5. It was in 2.7.
Okay.
It was when he was shaping, when he was watering.
Yeah, because Kyrios is the Koine Greek equivalent to the Tetragrammaton, or at least what they use. That's the closest thing they got to the Tetragrammaton in Koine Greek, I guess.
It was in 2.5, not 2.7. But it's the same. They talk about
It's in the same
same.
chapter, yeah.
Yeah, but I still wanted to correct myself on that aspect because it's not. I know I've seen it. I didn't know. I thought soon. So
Yeah, but I
good
think
catch on
that
that.
might have been the only time in that chapter they used it, but there's no biggie.
If I'm not, yeah, I don't believe even in the Greek, because in that time it was more descriptive. Like the way they wrote was more descriptive. Like even the names, like you were son of whatever, son of just say Zeus from Athens.
Yeah.
Instead of that's how
yeah,
they were just more
the
descriptive.
town was your last name, like Jesus of
Well,
Nazareth.
well, actually, your occupation was more commonly your last name.
That's
And
Would relate to your occupation back then.
like James the
but that
Carpenter, right?
but that was
I
that
think,
that but that was more Greek culture than Hebrew culture.
oh, that's
Even
right.
though this is written in a Greek, it was more commonly you were known for your services in the Greek, in the Hebrew, because even the Hebrews that came, they live amongst the Canaanites. They kind of broke away. I ain't gonna say they broke away; they was their own people, but they live amongst the Canaanites. So they was heavily influenced by Canaanite tradition and culture, and that's what the Canaanites did.
Yeah, even though they weren't supposed to be, because they're supposed to have wiped out the Canaanites, but
at that time where they began writing scripture, they were at that time they were writing scripture. They were still finding their identity, and that's one of the ways they established their identity is through the belief system. They took a little bit of theirs, and I ain't gonna say took. They was influenced So they use some of the influence. Even the Yahweh God. Yahweh is a Canaanite God.
Yeah, I've heard that theory, but I don't know if I can
No,
personally
it's
believe that or not.
no the Canaanite writings far predate the Hebraic writing.
Well, I haven't
Yeah,
seen the
yeah,
Canaanite writings, to be fair. I haven't seen the Canaanite
yeah.
writings.
Look up the Uric text. Yeah, the Uric text. But yeah, Yahweh was part of the pantheon, and he was actually like one of the youngest gods, and he got the throne from slaying a dragon. I think it was a 3-headed dragon, but that's how he came into power because it was a 3-headed dragon threatening the world, and the gods had a council where El, you ever heard of God El? You know how they always associate El
Well,
with the
El appears in the Hebrew text.
yeah, but this is
El
this.
Shaddai, El. It
Yeah,
appears
El
El
Shaddai. Yeah,
Shaddai.
this is where they get it. They got it from the El Shaddai. That's where they got it from the Canaanites, man. El was the father of all God, and the way Yahweh took uh power was defeating the serpent, defeating the 3-headed dragon. And once he made him, he said, "Look," because El came and said, "Look, dragon fucking everything up. We need somebody to take him out. We gotta." And Yahweh was like, "Look, if I do it, then I'll take him out." And the Canaanite, Yahweh was actually a storm god, so he got on his chariot and started riding, started throwing lightning bolts at the damn snake or the serpent or the dragon, and killed it. And that's how he took power. Yeah, so El was a storm god. I mean, Yahweh was a storm god.
He was a stormtrooper, huh?
Then this is when you look, check this out. I'm gonna fuck you up, James. Check this out. You know when they say God got a wife, you know how you hear people always say, "Oh, God got a wife, God got a wife." So if you look at the culture of the Canaanite, they end up replacing they replace El with Yahweh, and they associated El's wife Sophie to Yahweh. So when people say God got a wife, Sophie, that's what they're talking about. That's where they get it from, rather. That's all Canaanite theology.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
Commander, trees are not higher than us, Commander.
Yeah, just go look up the Canaanite version of Yahweh. I think you could Inky and all that. Now you're talking about Mesopotamia. Now you're talking about Mesopotamian Babylonian. When you start talking about Inky, but similar. You know, they all got similarities. Same story told from different perspectives. That's all it is. But when you start looking at all these religions, like really studying them, they have so many similarities, bro. And then you look at the people, like these people was around these people was around. So just like now, you know, if I go around Commander and learn how to cook some Mexican food, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put my own spin to it. Ain't that what always happens? When we influence one another, we take from one another and put our own interpretation on it. So it's similar, but because I put my flavor to it, and that's what happened with all the spiritual. That's what happened with the spirituality. That's what happened with religion, bro.
So James, can you separate religion from spirituality?
How do you mean?
Like, okay, the religious part, right? You know, the everyday practices. Does that add to your spirituality, or is that complete? Is that a total opposite from, you know, how you are spiritually, or is it the same?
How are you defining spiritual? Just so I can understand.
The way you connect with the God that you serve.
Well, the daily practices do help me connect. It helps me connect a lot.
Okay. Okay.
My question is, like, even like listening to Like, just understanding, like, we all have a spirit, right, James?
Yeah, we all have a spirit. Yeah, the breath, the ruach that Elohim put in us. Yeah.
So that's the part of us that when we leave the flesh may return to heaven. I'm just asking for understanding.
Well, I think it does.
Oh,
Seems like the scriptures say that it does. Yeah, it
okay.
returns,
So
but
that
the body stays in the ground until the day of resurrection, and
so
then
what
go back
determines
to it.
so so what determines if that spirit gets to go to heaven?
Well, the spirit goes to Elohim who gave it, so it goes to heaven no matter what, because the body goes to the ground, the grave. Hell, as some people
So
may know what it is.
so everybody
I
goes
like
to
Hell is the
heaven.
grave.
Dave. I like Dave. I
So
like Dave.
Because there's not this idea where you burn, baby, burn for eternity. There's no such thing as that in the entirety of the Bible.
huh?
Tell him, Dave.
There's no
Tell
such thing as where you burn, baby, burn
him.
for eternity in the entirety of the Bible.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's over hot. Dave spoke with the Hebrew. He spoke with the Greek. He spoke with the old language. I like Dave.
Well, I know the Bible
Okay.
very well. I could debate the Bible. People are not going to shut me up on the Bible.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
like
where
that.
did Jesus go? Where did Jesus go
He went to
underneath
the
the world?
grave. What are you talking about? He went to the grave.
Okay, I'm just making sure because people
He
gonna
went
say
to
he
the
went to
grave
hell and got the keys to hell. I'm
well,
just
hell is the
asking.
grave.
Okay.
It's just
I'm
it's just the Koine Greek equivalent of Sheol. Because Sheol is the Hebrew
chill.
word for grave.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's the
see,
Koine Greek
or
equivalent. Yeah.
when they talk about Jesus going into hell, they was talking about the Gehenna Valley. They even
No, I'm
use the term,
that's
Gehenna,
not
which in Hebrew,
that's
that's
not
a
the
Hebrew
religious
word.
but that's not the religious conversation.
Well,
No,
Gehenna's
You see what I
were
mean?
well apparently from my understanding of the Hebrew perspective of Gehenna, that's where people get
that's purgatory.
punished. It's
No, it never, in the
okay.
Hebrew never
No, never
believed it.
mind. No, they don't get punished there. They get
No, it's
purified
the
there, like
birthplace.
gold.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
it's the
gold gets
birthplace.
purified. They get purified there
Yeah,
to go on to the next life. That's right. Never mind.
purgatory is a place of, like you said, is a place where they go into total darkness. They get void of the world they just came from to be cleansed to go into the next. That's
Yeah.
the Hebrew understanding of it. So it's never punishment in the Hebrew when they got because it's written in Greek, so they have a lot of Greek ideology. They use Hades also as an interpretation of hell, but Hades is something totally different from Gehenna. From
Yeah.
what the Hebrews explain. Hades is, they use a Greek ideology when they use the term Hades. That's where they get the punishment and torment from. So the Greeks did believe in Hades, like hell, where you go get punished and shit. The Greeks did believe it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see where people influence one another.
Yeah,
What
and
you
it's
think
very
about that, James? What you think about the whole New Testament being written in Greek?
well. They were in a very Hellenistic period, so that's why they were writing in Greek. Which I don't. I think that would have been wrong though. To write it in Greek. They should have wrote it in Hebrew.
Yeah.
Because that would have made things make a lot more sense, and you have to try to do all this backpedaling, trying to figure out this and that and you know.
Well, James, we trying to trigger Gary, so I need you to trigger
You're
me.
not trying to trick you. I told you wasn't going to trigger me. I told you it wasn't going to happen because it's just not going to happen. It's not
Wait a
going to
minute,
be.
haven't I already done that? I thought I'd already done that.
You ain't
You
trigger
think so?
Gary yet. I'm telling you.
Not at all.
More from
I
religion and
thought I'd already
stuff.
done that
No.
with all my pushing the the Bible and talking about the Bible and stuff.
Now, Gary fuck with the Bible. We
Well,
all, I fuck with the
I'm talking
Bible,
about
bro.
the way I've pushed as far as like talking about all these different ideas and my beliefs and how I see the Bible and stuff.
No,
I thought
but
that
see,
was pushed a
for
little
me,
bit.
this is why. Okay, this is why I separate from other people, right? Because I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. When you're religious, that's when debate comes in. When the
Ah,
debate comes in, is because it's this religion versus that religion. When you have the spirituality concept over religion, like spirituality supersedes religion to me. So it's no need, like I'm going to listen to understand what you say, even if I disagree with what you say. It can't trigger me because all it's doing is adding information into the spirituality aspect of myself. So it's not going to trigger me, right?
oh, you're the kind of guy I would have wanted to talk to all those years when I was triggering Christians.
Because,
So what
because
do you identify as?
go ahead, go ahead.
Well, uh, that's complicated right now. Like,
Look,
what
look,
I
this is different over here, bro. I don't care. I mean, if you
I
want to
mean, I
use your
used to
own
say Christian, but
understanding,
like,
I'm Christ-like. I'm not Christian.
I'm thinking on how I should identify because I'm not looking into orthodoxy no more. So
You sound like you're Christ-like.
that's what it sounds like to me. Like James, he
He's
is the way he
Christ-like.
interprets things.
He's
I'm still gonna push back on that
he's more
creation story.
spiritual. He's more spiritual than religious.
Yeah, yeah. But see, I was on missing. You know this dude named Jill he was on Missing Bar panel yesterday. I don't know if you know Jill, but I was telling him. He asked me how I identify. I said I'm a divine being having a human experience, and he didn't even let me elaborate. He started saying like I'm a new age dude. I'm like, nah, bro. A lot of what I practice is older than Christianity itself. Right? A lot of the things I practice is older than Christianity, but I do practice a lot of Christ teachings, a lot of them because they definitely beneficial. I say I'm a practitioner of life. You know, I practice because I believe it's all intertwined. I don't even believe I know that through practicing. You see how all these different religions are intertwined. They do similar things, but they're not the same. You know, so Gary he
Well,
identified Christ like, so we all got our own
yeah,
ideologies of I don't even use the term belief. I say I know. Gary may use the term belief, but Gary don't believe
no, I don't.
because it leaves doubt. You know, belief from definition it leaves doubt. It's just you accepting something. You know, that's
Right.
true. It's not necessarily true. You just simply accepting it as. So for me, it's better to know. And for me to know, I have to practice. Can't know shit without practicing. But that's how I get to my understandings of different things. So I practice a
So
lot of
James,
teachings, even like reading the book of Thomas. You know,
Dalton Thomas. James, do you how do I ask this? Do you feel that the spirit goes outside in or inside out, meaning that you have to receive it from outside to receive it inside, or is it the other way around for you?
um, could you elaborate a little bit more on how you mean?
Like, like for example, when people have a when people pray, people are praying from the out, praying to the outside instead of praying within themselves. Like they gotta speak the prayer. Do you have to speak the prayer out loud, or can you have like the inner conversation with God?
Well, generally when I talk to him, I talk out loud, but I can have both. I mean, I can do both really. Just kind of depends.
Because when people say look to the hill from which thy help will come, right? People actually is looking outside, like outside of themselves, instead of elevating their inner self to have that conversation with the creator. That's what I mean by the question, right? Because if you look outside of it, outside of yourself, I don't receive I don't receive that God is going to hear the prayer, because it's going outside of me, because we're looking for God to be outside of us. But if we are all understanding that God dwells within us, why are we praying outside of ourselves if he's already within us? That's how I interpret prayer. I don't have to pray out loud. I pray within myself, because if I understand that the God is within me, that means he dwells within me. I don't need to go outside of myself when he dwells within me. Do you see that in a different perspective, or how do you view that?
Well, I think God can be within us. He can dwell within us because we're a
Okay.
temple. I
Right.
mean, we have to allow him in, allow him to, guide us.
Yeah, because a lot of the time I tell people that, I understand about the storehouse. I know that we are a storehouse, right? Because if God dwells within us, then we have everything that we need in order to succeed with whatever we are going for in our lives. That's why I say we are storehouses. We are a temple, but we're also storehouses. Because every gift or every blessing that has been bestowed to us is already within us. Whatever gifts that we have is already within us. That's why I say we are a storehouse.
Wow. Well, I think all the blessings and the good things come from above, as the Bible says. Because the Bible talks about all the blessings and the good things come from above, from God.
Okay. So your expectations is from outside it, like you feel that the blessings are it pours from out of us to within us.
Well, I think it pours
like
down
the
from
blessings
heaven to
pour
within
literally
us.
within us.
It pours down from heaven to inside of us, I guess you could say. Then it flourishes outside. You can see it on the outside. I guess I
Okay.
don't really know how to describe it.
Because
all the blessings you see
like,
outside, you don't see them really on the inside unless you're talking about as far as your health, your personal health.
So how does let me ask you this. How does can an overflow go from outside in or inside out?
An overflow? How do you mean?
For example, an overflow, meaning
if you fill a cup up with water, if you fill a cup up with water and it overflows, does it come from the inside out or the outside in?
See, I didn't want to use that example because that example gives the answer.
Inside out.
I had a question. Dang, I wanted to pick James' brain for a minute.
To say. Oh, yeah, yeah. Go ahead, pick the brain. Go ahead.
So James, are you at peace in life? Like, are you content, or do you like where you at in life right now?
Well, I could say I'm becoming more content every day as the more I realize what His plan is for my life.
See, I always wonder that, like when I talk to people about like beliefs and stuff, I always wonder where their beliefs put them in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, 'cause I look where I'm at, and at first people be like, they feel bad or sorry, and I'm like, bro, my life fucking wonderful. Like, it's great. Like, I tell them my story, and I don't tell them for like sympathy or empathy. I tell them because they ask me my journey, you know. And when I tell them, it's like they be feeling all bad. You got shot, you got stabbed, you legally blind, your brother did this, your stepfather did that. And I'm like, I'm at peace though, because of my understanding of life. I don't like to say belief, but for my knowing of life, it gave me peace. And by having that peace, I'm able to accomplish different things. I'm able to overcome adversity very easily. So when I hear people or when I see people face adversity and how they proceed through it or overcome it, I understand where they at in life. Their beliefs got them, make them comfortable. I'm not gonna say comfortable, but they're at peace because of their beliefs. No matter what they face, no matter how hard life get, I understand that I'm not gonna say a divine plan, but I understand that the Creator gave me everything I need already. It's just up to me to resonate with it, to achieve it, to receive it.
Yeah, to utilize the tools.
Yeah.
The tools in the toolbox.
And that's I mean, because even Buddha told us, like, look, life is suffering, bro. But that suffering gives you opportunity to develop and to grow. It gives you the opportunity to let go. That's what the suffering, one of the teachings of Buddha. So when I understood that, and then you start looking at some of the teachings of Jesus, they correlate, bro, from the Book of Thomas or even the Book of Mary Magdalene. I don't know if you read that, but
I've heard of it. I just haven't read it. No.
Yeah, even the Book of Mary Magdalene it wasn't like teachings. It was more of like, it was teaching, but they were more like sayings versus directions. Like, it was more like
It's
heavily
part of the
influenced by
Apocrypha.
philosophy. Yeah, it's Apocrypha.
The New Testament Apocrypha, yeah.
Yeah, it was heavily influenced by philosophy. So, like the sayings of Jesus versus the Book of Thomas have the teachings of Jesus. The Book of Mary Magdalene have the sayings of Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with none of that. I mean the fact that James, he actually takes the time to go outside of the Bible and he does the research. That what makes him, to me, he's not really religious. Because if you was religious, you're not gonna read the other 22 books, you're not gonna read the Apocrypha, you're not gonna read none of that stuff. Right? It makes him more, to me, it makes him more spiritual because he does that. And I think, the more that he's continuing to study is the more he's getting away from the religion itself and becoming more spiritual.
That's how I start reading. Why I start reading the Apocryphal text to dispute it. And the more I read it, the more it not everything. Some of it is just like any book, you take what's useful and you take and you leave what ain't. But reading the Apocryphal text, you said what?
You said you mean like take what you can use, leave the rest.
Yeah, and leave the rest. I do that with everything, bro. That's why I feel we are divinely inherited to whatever's on this earth, bro. So I look at everything, even like demonology. I looked at that to understand the demons more, to understand it. And the more I understood it, bro, the more clear it became. Like, damn, I got demons in me, bro. Like, I literally have fucking demons in me. Like, I'm like, shit, I do all the shit they describing. I was living that. So it got to be in me. And then I understood, like, you got the seven princes of hell, you got the 7 archangels. That's duality, bro. And like that's all it is duality. The 7 princes of hell offset the 7 angels heaven. So it's all duality. So the more I start reading and understanding different aspects, I start realizing like we don't know shit, bro.
There's too much information out there to gather. That's why, I tell people, if you grown, you're not going to be willing to seek that knowledge. You're not going to want to seek the information because you think you know it all. So what's more wisdom to a person that's grown? It don't mean nothing to them. But as long as you have room to grow, you'll seek the understanding, you'll seek the wisdom, you'll seek all of those things. So that's the difference between, one that's grown and one that continues to grow. That's why the creator, or if you even put it in human form, that's why your parent is always going to see you as a child, because they think you can soak up any and all information that's around it. So like I said, until you think you grown, you're really not grown. But if you act grown, you won't seek the information.
Essential growth. You already know what you need to figure it out.
Yeah, you'll be immature with wisdom and understanding, and people will be running circles around you with all of this information and knowledge. But I think religion, it definitely stunts your growth. Spirituality can't stunt your growth because it's too much room for knowledge to be placed into a spirit. So I don't think that flow of information is always available, because it can never be filled up. But with religion, it's right, like it'll make you grown before you finish growing. It'll stagnate your growth process. That's just me though. That's just my opinion.
You can pick my mind, Reggie. You wanna know what I'm thinking? It's all right. I'm just playing. What up, though, Reggie?
Blessings.
I was gonna say, like, damn, what happened? Blessings. What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Bond is in a building. What up? Not Bond, but James Bond.
Oh,
Double O, what up,
Get up
though?
here, Bond.
Double O, what up, though? That's what I'm calling him. I'm calling him Double O, what up, though? And what up, my favorite Ozzy. Oi,
I can't see
the Minister of General Defense is in the building. We about to get it in. What up, y'all? What we doing?
Nine?
What up, Nine? How we doing?
Hello, Commander.
Chat, where you at?
Hi, James.
The ladies of the 9 is in the building. Stop playing.
Listen, I've said this about James when he's not here, so I want to say it when he's here. James, I'm impressed with you. I think you're amazing. You're an amazing person. And I love it in a respectful way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Everybody else on the panel is cool, though. Just kidding.
That's that.
Y'all are cool.
We appreciate that. Rachel, you have any questions?
I was listening to the news. Who got the news on? Hold on, I'm distracted. I got ADD. Sign off.
You can
I understand the
Listen.
ADD because I have ADHD, so I understand the ADD.
Listen.
Well, that's why I like James. We both got ADHD.
My little behind came up here, right, to teach the world, right, what we can learn on Words panel. Would you believe that I made a lyrical poem out of all the stuff we've been talking about within the past 2-3 months? I just need to put the astrology on it, y'all.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. You think I'm playing?
What are you gonna call the poem? Does it have a name?
Nope, I'm still working on that shit.
The first one she wrote, I was listening to it, man. I'm like, damn, I almost cried. I ain't gonna hold you up. I'm like, somebody even took the time to even think, Um,
Good to see you there, Karen. Good to see you.
Who's
What
that?
up, Karen?
Who's that? Who's
Ozzy,
that?
Ozzy, Ozzy, oi, oi, oi. Yeah, we was having an interesting conversation on Speak Easy panel last night. Well, they was. I didn't really talk that much because I didn't know what the hell. Like that shit was weird to me. I don't know, man. So
Popping up like Candyman.
I
Oh,
hit
you
a couple.
missed it.
I hit Missing Mod panel yesterday. I hit Easy panel, and I did a live.
Snap.
Oh, that ain't nothing new. Barnes, what are you looking at, buddy? We waiting for you. Welcome
So
back.
Rachel, maybe you can call it the last 3 months.
Hmm?
Last 3 months.
The who?
Damn, hot cocoa
She
tastes real
choked.
nasty through your
Oh,
nose. She said
First
the last
quarter.
3 months.
She said, "What? That's
The first
dumb."
quarter.
Or what?
no,
What does
no. I
Press
thought you
say?
said.
No, listen.
No, I
You
thought
ain't
she
worried.
said call it that time of the month. Like what?
What?
No, but
Nah,
listen
she
to
I
this.
said
thought that's
nah.
what she
She said
said.
all
That's why I
3
said what, and then
months.
she said it again. I'm like, oh,
Where
okay.
did you
You know how
shit?
me and
That's
Word be
dumb.
having conversations, right? Listen, maybe Word can give me a title, right? Me and Word be having conversations. So basically, these are be conversations me and Word be having. So I don't know. I just put this John. I've been listening to him, everybody else. Y'all know that I always bring up Lilith and Peter Pan, right? But check this out. Watch. He's portrayed as the deceiver, but in the scriptures, his words seem pure. If he spoke without deceit, what does that say about the Lord's esteem? You argue about his motives, trying to reconcile the contradictions. If he was truthful indeed, what does that say about the divine's needs? Lilith, she's in disguise, a woman who brings disguise to ruin. Her heart so cold, a mother, she's in control. Peter Pan was a fairy tale, or was it? When you look around, the majority of the men are childish, never want to grow up, being messy, causing chaos, living in a world of make-believe, and never taking responsibility. Lilith in disguise, a woman of deceit, causes men to lust and lead. My bad. Lilith in disguise causes men. Why the hell am I stuttering? See, I was doing good earlier. Lilith in disguise, a woman of the sea, causes men to lust and leads them to retreat. A woman who should be cast away in the world of shadows, she lives in the gray. Tinkerbell's light flickers in the darkness of their souls, searching for eternal youth and endless fun. But time marches on and responsibilities beacon. Will they ever learn to put away their toys and become men? Lost boys playing games, never wanting to face reality, flying through life with no direction or purpose, avoiding adulthood like it's a plague to be avoided, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Lilith, a mother, she should be, my bad. Lilith, a mother she should be, but in her heart, she's free. She abandons her duty, leaving her children in disarray. Lust in her game to men she plays. She leads them astray and they pay the price. They say karma's bad, but is it true? Depending on your actions, that's how she'll come for you. She's a friend to me, but an enemy in your head. Karma brings me peace, while in your mind she spreads dread. We blame God for the problem around us, turning a deaf ear to our own mistakes. We blame the devil for our misguided actions, lost in the shadows of regret and mistakes. Elders criticize, youth rebel in return, cutting off potential, lessons unlearned, butterflies trapped in cocoons, dreams adjourned, a cycle of disrespect, the flames still burn. Parents drive growth, children push away. Generations clash, never finding a way. Inhibiting progress, the price we pay. Butterflies grounded, never to sway. The cycle repeats, a never ending chain. Misunderstandings persist, causing pain. Lost potential lingers like a stain. Generations at odds, searching in vain. We're stuck in a cycle of pain and sorrow, hoping for a better tomorrow. Black lives matter, white lives matter too. It's time to unite and break through. It's 2025, but it feels like it's 1942. Black lives matter, white lives matter. That's the plea. Blaming the white man for all the hate we see, yet we're still killing our own kin. Can't break free. Struggling to find peace in this chaotic scene. Racism and violence tearing at the seams, pointing fingers while we continue to Pointing fingers while we continue to demean, looking ahead with hope in our hearts, learning from our past mistakes, making new starts. Together we stand against all that tears us apart. Black or white, it's time for a fresh start. We're quick to point fingers at others, but in reality, it's ourselves that we need. The power to change lies within us. Why blame others when we can be our own lead? In the balance of right and wrong, karma scales tip where they belong. She rewards my deeds with serenity, but in your thoughts, she breathes and enmity. My bad. What you sow, you shall reap. Karma's justice runs deep. I find solace in her embrace while she hunts you with no grace. I'm still working on that, John. But it's like you picture our conversations. I was like, damn, I was able to put this in some lyrical poem shit, listening to our lives. I'm like, okay.
You got all that in 3 months. That's awesome.
Think about what we've been talking about. Listen, even Gary's been a part of the conversation. Commander, Stoic, Ozzy.
Think we all have, man.
But that's the beauty of, like, see, when you are able to have a conversation, right? It's so much that comes out of it that you have no choice but to absorb what's being said, right? Even if you don't use it, even if you disagree with it, you heard it, you listen to it, and you see if it worked for you or not. Now you can put it to the side. Now everything else you can absorb, use it, and now that's how you get the words that you got. So that just goes to show that you're a person that wants to grow, elevate with wisdom and understanding. So that's a salute to you. That's a blessing that is coming to you, and now you being a blessing and pouring it out to other people. So continue to be a blessing.
I give you a 9.5, and I ain't giving you the other 0.5 until I hear my name in it.
Oh, he said until I hear my name. All right, you gotta hear the beat, John, then, because I'm working on
I'm picking with you.
You think I'm playing?
I gotta pick with you. So my goal was to trigger Gary. I was trying to put him in Super Saiyan mode, but he's staying in base form, so I'm not having fun right now.
No, but see, the problem I keep trying to explain to you, the problem is that you can't have like-minded people in a conversation. And
so I don't care what he said. You know how I feel? I don't care what you say right now. You know how I feel? Hold on, I don't know where it's at. Where did I put that? Oh man.
Gary, he's trying to take Tinkerbell out your soul.
Said do it for the 9.
Keyword is consistency, right? Sometimes you just want to crash out.
I don't agree with your attack. I don't agree with your Gary making me want to crash out.
It's like fucking interruption because you know you're fucking wrong.
Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out.
What's your real shit? If I see the person, I slap the dog's pull out of shot. What you think you is, boy? Turn that kindness to weakness, you got me fucked up. Once you got me fucked up, you got me fucked up.
Oh my god. Why you do me like that, bro?
Bill.
Going live the stomach. Here you go, bro. In my bathrobe, doing the thing. The onion dance. One my name right now.
You sounded his name for him. Sometimes I just want to crash out.
You know why that shit's funny? Because I could picture Ozzy doing that shit there. So like the whole with his wife in the background, shoulder.
I don't want to picture that. That's spooky.
They on some Joker and what's her name? Damn, I stay forgetting her name. My daughter loves her.
Oh, Commander Man.
Wait, that wasn't Ozzy?
No.
No, that wasn't
The little
Ozzy.
picture was not the one with the cigar dancing. That actually wasn't he got me fucked up.
That was Karen in the middle, or Ozzy there was the one in the middle. On the camera.
Yeah.
Camera.
He found out Ozzy look alike in the internet somewhere.
Do you know how many times I said that without slapping somebody? I can count on one hand.
So what?
That was my fourth time saying you got me fucked up without slapping somebody.
Oh shit.
In your
My
whole
fourth time.
life?
Yeah.
What the
That's
heck?
when I get there, that's when I'm there. And it's usually off some, you know, some bullshit. It's usually off some
That's hard to
bullshit.
believe.
I think that's the second time I said it. Well, I ain't gonna say that, but never mind.
That's hard to believe that he triggered that out of you if you've only said it 4 times in your whole life. And that person
Well, he
triggered
said
it.
it. He said it twice in
I
a
said
month.
without. No, I said without slapping somebody.
Yeah.
Not that I
Yeah,
already said
without
it.
slapping someone.
Yeah.
So basically,
Usually I
he
like
said
He
you
did
got
it
me
twice in a
fucked up.
month. So he ain't.
He said it around people that don't have Tinkerbells inside of them.
No, I actually I
It's
say
different.
it like, oh, that they got me. If I'm talking about actually saying it to somebody. Like you got me fucked up without slapping
Yeah, he
somebody.
slapped the Tinkerbell out of, you know, motherfucker like, what? Tinkerbell came flying out. Shine light like a diamond.
Yeah, it's a precursor for a slap.
He slapped the mic.
It's a call for a clap.
Like
Nah,
my
I
mom
didn't.
hear me
Like
say that, she jumped right in front of me, like, come here, calm down, come here. That's who usually calm me down. My mom, she about like 5'5". She just come and put her head in my chest, like, come here, calm down.
Wait, word. You just said your mom
I
treats you
picked
like a
her up
dog?
one day, like, mom, just stand over here, let me handle this.
Word.
Yeah.
You did not just say that. Wait a minute. Your mom tells you, come here, calm down.
Yeah, she'd grab me and put her head in my chest, like when I get upset and mad. Like, because I don't get mad like regular people where I like take off. I mean, like where I'm screaming and yelling.
He still ain't
I get
kidding.
mad. I get like kind of quiet. And if I say something, then I'm about to do something. But usually I get quiet. And when she see me do that, she'll put her head in my chest. That's how she calm me down. That's how mama calm me down. If she know I ain't gonna do nothing crazy if she, you know, and hurt her. She know I ain't gonna do that shit.
I know, right? Word out here, like he a priest.
I am, bro. Look, man, I don't bother no. I really don't bother nobody because I know, like, I'm probably willing to go further than most people. I ain't saying all people. I know people go further than me, but I know I'm willing to go further than most people. So that ain't gonna do nothing but get me in trouble. So I'd rather walk away. But if we there, then we
that's
there.
what you're supposed to do.
And
You're supposed to walk away.
Even
Turn
with
the
that
other
night,
cheek.
it was an accumulation of things, and I already had it like in my mind, like this is his final straw. This is it. I already had that in my mind. Like soon as he do something, so it was like I was kind of anticipating. I think that's why I got upset like that because it was more of an anticipation of me, you know, being done with him.
All right, chat. So, Word is trying to trigger Gary. What can we do to trigger Gary?
Nothing. He over there
Nothing.
I
I don't think you can trigger Gary. If I couldn't trigger him with me talking about religion and all that and getting all in depth like that, you can't trigger Gary.
No, you can trigger me. You just can't trigger me because we're on the same lane. We're on the same wave.
Yeah, see, I know how to trigger Gary, but I'm not gonna do that. So I gotta figure out a more creative way.
See now, so James, if somebody was to go the opposite way of what you was talking, that would have triggered me.
You talking about religion, like really religious.
Yeah, like
if they didn't practice what they preach.
When people say God never created, God didn't create evil.
Well, that's calamity, evil.
Like
that's talked about in the Bible that he created that. So
no, but there's people that's gonna say he didn't do that. The devil did it.
well. Technically, the devil is under his.
Never mind.
The devil's under him. He's the devil has to submit to him. The devil can't do nothing outside of himself.
Yes,
Hey,
though.
what Stoic
Now
said,
Or
I
maybe
want him to be.
the
I
devil
thought,
This
works
is
well,
for
the devil
God.
has to, you know what I mean?
the devil works for God. That's how it
The
sounded in the
devil
story
works
of Job.
for him. Yeah, he's like under his.
Devil works for
The
him.
devil's God, bitch.
I'm
Hey.
dead.
Because the devil had to go to God
But
for permission
if
to do
God
anything to
created the
Job.
devil, wouldn't that make him his son too?
Right.
Now, okay, let me ask you this.
So
So, do you think? So, didn't I don't like from even that story of Job, right? I think it was
yeah,
more of God telling the devil to tempt Job versus the devil asking to tempt Job. I feel like God just made a bet with the devil, like, "Hey, bro, you can't do this. Bet you can't fuck with Job."
well,
He
technically,
did.
the devil initiated the whole thing, though.
He did.
Wait,
Came
shout
up
out
to
to
it was a
Bond.
council
Bond
and
came in the
initiated
chat.
the whole thing.
Yeah, Bond was in the chat. You didn't
Oh,
see
I didn't
Bond?
notice him. No.
So he was
We trying to
asking.
get
What up,
double up. What up?
homie?
We trying to get
I'm
double
trying
up.
to get
What up?
Bond up
Double O.
here.
What up, though? Bond's new
Double
name
O,
is
what up,
Double.
though? Hit the link.
Yeah, Double O. What up, though?
Oh, double O, welcome.
Agent 007.
Bond might be mad at me for going off on Wild Heart. Don't be mad. Don't charge it to my heart. I got a straw in my brain.
Bond was
Okay.
laughing. Wait,
He
no,
was.
was it Bond?
No,
I think
Bond.
Bond was too.
No, they buddies. Bond got he had a affinity for Wild Heart.
Oh, Dios mío.
Yeah,
He feel bad for Wild Heart.
like even with that story, right? Like, okay, so if God didn't create that, how was there a war in heaven?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because he created the devil. I mean,
Just that I agree with you.
therefore, he
But
according to the
evil,
Bible, he
the
created
devil.
an angel that turned.
She's the devil.
So according to the Bible, he was an angel first. Then he rebelled on God. He got mad like a little child and caught a temper tantrum.
Yeah, but God created him, so therefore, in turn, God created evil because he created.
He didn't create him to be evil at first, though.
Well, but he gave him the choice. He gave him the choice to be good and be evil. He gave him free will.
So James, is free will a sin?
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Free will is not a sin. No, free will is not a sin. Free will is part of being in the image of Elohim, because Elohim has free will as well. Elohim is the ultimateness of free will.
I think I'm starting to Six Bowls. What up, though? Appreciate you, sis. I'm starting to think free will is just some bullshit somebody made up to describe some shit that we already knew. Like, look, man, we can either choose right or wrong. We can just make choices, and I don't think many choices are not influenced by external forces. You know, why do you go to work? Because you got to pay bills. Why do you eat? Because if you don't, you go die. Why do you drink? I mean, everything has a rhyme and reason. I don't really think many people. I can't think of nothing I don't take in consideration when I'm making a choice or a decision in my life. I always take things into consideration. So,
I mean, I allow influences to be part of my definition of free will because that makes sense that you can be influenced by things. Plus, it makes sense not just logically, but biblically. It makes sense.
So does that mean we're not really independent?
Well, none of us are independent. Independence is
that's
ridiculous.
Beyonce, right?
I was gonna go ridiculous because being independent is ridiculous because you're not independent. You could go down to the facet of nature and say I'm dependent on nature to grow food because I gotta
get him, James.
So you're not really technically independent.
James, you might have potential. James might have potential.
Because you know what's crazy? What would have happened if Eve would have never ate the apple, right? She would have stood in the garden and families would have been created in that garden aside from the families that were out of the garden.
It was meant to be.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe.
I would debate that it was meant to be.
You would debate that it was meant to be?
Yeah, I would debate that it was meant to be, because I don't think it was meant to be. I think it was a choice that Eve made.
So God gave us the ability to disobey him.
Yeah, if we choose to.
For funsies.
But
Just for fun.
No, out of love.
I think we took the I think we took
love.
I think the ability to disobey God came with the eating. I don't think from the scripture. I can't say that was given to Adam. I don't think the ability to disobey God was given to Adam.
Well, wouldn't it have had to have been for God to love us? Because think about it, true love allows you to choose to love, not force you to love.
But angels don't love. Angels can't love. They just servants. They obedient regardless.
Who's to say angels can't love? Where's that in scripture? Show me in scripture where it says angels cannot love.
Where does it say they cannot love? Where does it say they can?
Well, it doesn't.
Angels are just servants of God. That's why we're more. That's why
they can love. Though.
What if angels equal love? That's what they are. They are love.
Well, I wouldn't say all angels are love.
No, I was about to say some of them can't be, because the fallen disassociated that.
I can say the ones that aren't fallen are love. Yeah, I mean they're supposed.
But even the fallen can love.
They can. They had the potential to, but they chose not to. Though the fallen chose not to love.
So if they choose not to love, they chose
not
what?
to be obedient. That's why free will.
Obedience is love. To be obedient is to love. Without obeying,
no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
You can be obedient out of fear too. Fear can make you become. Obedience.
Well, true obedience is not through fear; it's through love.
But if you think about what obedience is, it's an action. It's something you have to do. Right? But no, but what I'm saying, like obedience itself. I mean, if it's true or false, obedience itself is an action. So why you do it, different things can motivate that action.
Why?
That's what I'm saying. So it can. So if you use to say
you may not love
to identify
so you may not love your job, but you obedient to it because you get a check. That's not love. That's just
you love that check, though. Do you not? You love that check. So there is love.
No, I don't love the check. I love the.
Are you Are you sure you don't love the check because of what it can provide?
But listen,
no, I'm surviving.
You don't love that check. That check can provide.
I'm surviving. I'm surviving.
A check
that people can love out of fear too, right?
You love the food. You love the check.
I know.
Don't you think Satan can love? He loves that F shit.
Well,
you can love.
He can love, but he chooses not to love. He chooses to hate.
I'm about to call America's Got Talent.
But he can love hate.
That's not love. That's lust.
I can actually sing a little bit, right? I just don't do it.
That's not love. That's lust.
We're not supposed to tell the world because then that'll get us famous. Chill.
Hey, Rach, I can go live on TikTok. I just don't know how.
Because
so y'all gotta get over
to TikTok. Do you think love is sacrifice?
What?
See,
do you think love equals sacrificing?
Well, when you what do you mean by sacrificing, though? Like,
okay, when you love somebody, do you sacrifice for the person? Are you selfless or selfish?
You're selfless.
So you sacrificing for somebody, right?
Yeah, you sacrifice to put food on the table.
I'm defending Lucifer.
Sacrifices.
I'll defend Lucifer's story for you. He was the only one that told the truth in the Bible.
Hey.
Everybody else lied.
She said Lucifer?
Yeah. Stoic said, "Can anybody defend Lucifer?" I said, "I'll
Hey,
defend him for you."
the devil never lied.
Actually, that would be wrong because he did lie in the
Where?
garden.
He
No, where he
he,
lied in the
he
garden?
manipulated.
Hold
But
on, hold on,
he,
hold on. No. Hold on. This is my shit right here. Where he lied in the garden?
He did lie. He said you couldn't touch the fruit when that's
No,
not
he
true.
said. No, he said God told you if you touch the fruit, you will surely die. And he said,
But he
but
lied. Then he lied about Scripture. He added on to Scripture. He lied.
no, God did tell Adam that if you touch the fruit of
No. God did not tell
Pull
them
it up.
that. God told them only that they couldn't eat of the fruit of the garden, or the fruit of that tree, rather,
Pull it
not the
up.
garden, the fruit of that tree, rather. Not that they couldn't touch the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They could touch it, they just couldn't eat of it. But then the devil tried to add on that you couldn't even eat of it. That was where Eve got tripped up.
Wait, what? You confused
That's
me.
where Eve got tripped up because she touched the fruit and she didn't die. So therefore she thought, well, surely I could eat it then if I can touch it. Because apparently I couldn't touch it according to what you just said to me, Serpent. As well, or else I'd die. But yeah, I touched it. So maybe God was lying. And then he also told her that God will be afraid you become like a God. He told her
Wait,
that as well. He added to Scripture so much.
how many stories is there
I
to
think
it?
I don't think
Like,
that
maybe
was a lie. I think he interpreted that because when God noticed that he ate, he said they become like us, knowing the good of evil.
Yeah, but Satan
So I mean,
said
he didn't say it word for
Satan said he'd
word.
be afraid you become like a god, not necessarily just knowing good and evil. Like you'd actually become a god, like God.
Yeah, I can see where that's a lie. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
He stretched it.
No, I wouldn't say stretched it. He more or less explained it.
Nah, he stretched it. God never said you become like a god if you ate the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Nor did he say that you couldn't
No,
touch it.
he was telling them like you will become like.
Well,
That's why.
No.
Six bowls.
But first of all,
Eve got bored in the
it's not
garden.
a lie
Satan was
because
telling
she didn't know it.
he was telling
She
them
didn't
that
know it.
God would be afraid you become like that. But he
And
wasn't telling them
what
you would become a god.
was Eve's response? What was her response again?
I think
So-
she just touched it and found out she didn't die, and then I don't think she actually said any words. After that.
So she didn't even know what to do. So it wasn't a lie.
She touched it, and she found out she didn't die, and then she ate of it.
But I didn't know you couldn't touch it. I thought you couldn't eat of it.
Well, that was the lie. Satan said you couldn't touch it. That was the lie. God never said that. Satan said that.
All right, so we talking about the old scripture or the new
Satan
scripture?
added to the word.
Or
We're
is
talking about
We talking
about the
we
secret
talking
book?
about the Garden of Eden,
Genesis,
Rachel.
Garden of Eden.
People don't even realize
Frankie
that the story
Blanco.
continues of Adam and Eve on the book of Enoch. Like it's not just in the Bible. I'm like, that's why I'm like, there's different versions. Like, that's
No,
why I'm
we
like,
talking about
what
we talking about
version
the
is he
Bible.
talking about?
We're talking about
We
Genesis,
talking about the Bible.
Breshik or Genesis.
All right, so New
The Bible.
Testament, Old Testament.
That's
Old
Tanakh or Old Testament as you know it as.
Okay,
Yeah.
is Genesis or is it Genesis? Because word says Genesis.
It's Genesis. It's Breshik in Hebrew. Breshik.
Frankie.
I knew it sounded like a beard.
It's the first book, but not the oldest book.
Yeah, it's the first book, not the oldest, because the oldest is apparently Job. That's the
Correct.
The scripture.
oldest.
I
Apparently.
think 6 bowls.
Bring it up. Bring it up. Rachel got it.
I believe 6 bowls says, I believe the apple and the snake is an I believe the apple and the snake is an analogy for something else. Actually, I think you're on point with that.
Was it even an apple, or we don't even know what kind of fruit it was?
No, it was a fruit.
I
It wasn't an apple.
It wasn't
Even
an
the
apple.
Hebrew
No, they just
word
said it
doesn't say apple. That's Greek. They didn't say apple until the Greek, and that's the reason. That's why I say so many cultures influence one another, because the apple is significant to Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of love, and the apple that she held knowledge. So a lot of the different cultures influence one another. You are free to eat from any tree in the garden. You must not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. But when you eat from it, you will certainly die, or surely die. So, I mean, I see what you're saying. You shouldn't touch or eat, you know. But I mean, to eat it, you have to touch it. So
yeah, but you could touch it though. You just couldn't eat it though. Is my point.
Right.
Yeah,
so
you could touch it. You could literally hold it. God never said
God who allegedly put that rule or that law, right?
God never said that you couldn't touch it. That was what got Eve all tripped up when she touched it and she found out that she didn't die. She's like, maybe I can't eat it because she's afraid that we might become a god, so maybe I can become a god. That's probably what she's thinking, in my opinion.
But so the greatest question would be, did Adam tell her not to eat it?
Well, Adam did, but the thing was, again, Satan added to the scripture. Adam wasn't even around. I don't see Adam here because Adam walked up. From what I remember from what it says, Adam walked up after she took the bite of the
disobedient. So Eve was being disobedient. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, she's been disobedient. The woman was the first one to be disobedient.
That's that woman God gave me.
The woman brought sin into the world.
Yeah, so don't complain, guys.
Because the man wasn't there to say, hold up, woman, hold up.
Yes, this woman you gave me low.
Hold up.
So no, that was Eve who said that. It says the woman said to the serpent, "We may eat the fruit from the tree in the garden, but God did say you must not eat from the fruit from the tree in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die." And Satan said, "You will not certainly die." The serpent said to the woman. So Satan he said, "You will not." He told her once he asked her what God said,
okay,
she repeated it. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
she said that you can't touch it. She misunderstood. My bad. And then he
she stretched it.
And
then, there you women go stretching stuff. There you women go stretching stuff. Ain't nobody said that to y'all. Who told y'all that?
The woman stretched it.
Who told y'all that, women? I
ain't saying nothing. That's on y'all. That's on y'all, man.
Nope.
Allego Blanco, what up, though?
Are you guys reading Six Bows?
Word. Let me ask you this, because I know that you might know the answer more, because I was listening to somebody that I looked it up. Right? How many times does the word matrix pop up on the Bible?
Matrix?
Oh shit!
Wait, I just hold on. Let me.
Off the top of my head.
Matrix. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Yeah,
3 times.
How many?
3.
Now the matrix, man, I know what it means. It means the womb.
The matrix appears 5 times in the Bible, right? And that does mean womb, right?
Yeah, it always talk about
the word is used. The word is used to refer the firstborn animal or child of a flock or family, right? And that, like, my question is, right? If Adam and Eve were made like that, it doesn't matter who was made like that. What came out of a womb, right? The matrix appears 5 times in the Bible.
The matrix.
Now go deeper into it with history, right? Go into the book of Enoch, right? Where they mention that God had a wife. You see where I'm coming from? Like, hey, let's go deeper.
I was explaining that to
people don't want to that's why I'm like, I got more questions.
Now, if you want to know why God got a wife, you have to follow Canaanite ideology.
Yeah, I already started going into
You'll
that.
See that Yahweh which they call the Hebrew God. In the Canaanite tradition, Yahweh took the throne, and when you look throughout culture, they replaced El with Yahweh, but El had a wife. So when they replaced El with Yahweh, Yahweh.
Shout out to the chat.
What happened? Adam's apples, and Adam had one before he ate the apple. To the Eve's pizza. He should have ate the peaches instead of the apple. Adam's apple Eve is the one. If Eve is the one who ate it, why do man have the Adam's apple? That's our punishment. So Eve ate the apple.
That's a good question, though.
And Six Bowl said the fruit might be what is that? A pomegranate?
Pomegranate. Now,
Yeah, pomegranate, which would have been more Mediterranean, definitely.
I was about to say, do you know where they got that from? Because in the book of the Numa Lish, they have a creation story, and there was a garden, also the Garden of Eden. Not the Garden of Eden, but Eden. Of the Garden of Eden, and the man and woman who was put in there. I'm sorry, but the man and woman who was put in there was granted the fruit of the gods, which was a pomegranate. So that's where the association with pomegranate. That was the fruit of the gods. It was a pomegranate.
He said it looked like an ovary.
Yeah. Hey, y'all, what's up? Indian apples. Some people call them Indian apples.
Yo,
you never bust open a pomegranate.
Well, there isn't an odd thing about this idea of the gods, because technically Elohim is used in the Bible for more than just referring to Yahweh.
Yeah.
It also refers to some angels are considered, I think, Elohim as well, and then judges, and some people are considered Elohim. So,
you know Elohim? So they tell you what is it? You get into the origin.
Can't hear you that well. I'm sorry, I can't hear you that well.
Trying to sneak out.
No, it's not. So Elohim, if you look at the origins of the word, they associated the Hebrew, but they actually got it from Canaanite. And Canaanite, well, I forgot how to pronounce it. Elion, something like that. But it means the powerful ones, not El Elyon. But
Elohai.
Is well, the Hebrews got the word from the Canaanite, so it's not a pronounced in Hebraic, but it's a derivative. It's a translation, but they got the concept of Elohim from the Canaanite. And Canaanite, I'm not gonna say it like that. I'm gonna say it like this: the Canaanites' understanding of Elohim predates the Hebrew.
What's your understanding of Elohim?
The powerful ones.
The powerful ones?
Yeah, plural. Because
with an S.
Well, the Hebrew word Elohim is a plurality word.
Yeah,
look at
so it describes the masculine aspect and the feminine aspect. That's why in the Canaanite pantheon, every god had a goddess. So when they said the Elohims and by name, it meant the masculine side, feminine side. Also, when you go into the Hindu religion, if you look, all their gods have a masculine and a feminine version. Before monotheistic, that's how God was explained, as a masculine and a feminine. It was both parts. When they went into monotheism, it became masculine.
I'm still upset with the women that don't listen.
Wait a minute.
That's all I'm upset about.
So before they went monotheistic, what was it, like polyo? I mean, but
polytheistic.
But it was pure. Wait, so it's purely just multi deities, like not like deities all in one or something, like some sort of like a trinity.
No, the Trinity was always the child, so it was the mother, father, child. The Trinity, like if you look at even in the old it's always been mother, father, child. So the Trinity, that's what it always meant, mother, father, child. So it was, if you look at like the ancient religion, they always had a mother, then they had the father, and then they always had a child. Mother, father, child. Before, do you know for a long time the Holy Spirit was represented as a dove, which was a feminine aspect?
A dove?
A dove.
Yeah, that's what it talks about in right there when Jesus gets baptized, the Holy Spirit's coming down
Yeah,
like a dove.
with the dove. Yeah, that's a female aspect. So the Holy Spirit was recognized as a female aspect to patriarchal system took over, and they made it a masculine. So it made
What the
sense.
dove?
You have the Father, the Holy Spirit, and they both reside in Jesus. That's because they created. The feminine and the masculine energy create. And they always started off with the child as a boy because that was because the father died and the boy takes the father's place.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Word, are you inside
Quote
the
the
house
reader,
using
nevermore.
Timo?
Outside the house using
No,
T-Mobile.
he outside.
Oh, okay.
I'm
He
outside,
snuck
y'all.
out. The
I'm
door told
outside,
on
He's
him.
y'all. I'm
outside.
outside.
The door told on
Where the
him.
deers be
The door
running up
snitched
on
on him.
you. I be in the hood, bro. The deers run up on you. They don't be playing, bro.
Rudolph coming. Rudolph coming to his house.
Does
They be
anybody
coming like
know?
5 deep.
Does anybody know what purpose the Adam's apple is in a man? Like what the purpose of it
No.
is?
To distinguish between a man and a woman's voice.
Oh, you think it's
Is
the
it?
voice?
That's what that means?
Yeah, because the
Isn't
Adam's
that the
apple's that
vocal
thing that
cords
makes
though?
your voice sound masculine, isn't it?
Yeah, I know
No,
I know a female that has a Adam's apple. Her voice sounds very manly.
Yeah, but that's
That's
because they
crazy.
changed the women. They can like do something to the man's vocal cords to make it sound feminine voice.
but ain't that a rare occurrence when someone
Don't
has
they
an
do that
Adam's
with the
apple as a
pills,
woman?
Commander?
No, there's actually like a vocal surgery.
They do the vocal
I think the
surgery?
pills too, but I don't know. I know somebody on here that got vocal surgery.
So what they do? Like
Hey, I'm
they
straight.
put a gland in a woman's throat or some shit like that? Wait, am I saying that right? Like, wait,
You
Y'all
said
gonna
it, I
say the
didn't.
word.
hold up, wait a minute.
Well,
You
I know
said
they
I did.
sand
I
down
didn't.
the Adam's apple. They sand it down, but I don't think they remove it.
Because it's kind of
Damn, they
like
put Bondo on it too. They be sending it down, putting Bondo on.
it's weird.
That's for my car guys.
Y'all gonna say the word tonight. Yeah, go ahead.
Man, God made me
Oh,
a
if I smoke,
like,
I be.
screw that.
It's not hard to trigger me. I be
He's
ready to
trying to
I
crash
trigger
know.
out.
you, Gary.
Sometimes we gotta crash out.
You gonna have to crash out, y'all.
Cause like
And
look
blow
at
on the
the
pipe.
trans men, right? Like how Rachel's saying like the testosterone makes their voice deep. They don't have an Adam's apple.
Only thing they gotta do is smoke for a couple years. They be alright. They don't need to.
Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
generally though, men have an Adam's apple to distinguish between whether or not they're a man or not. Though generally speaking.
Oh man,
I don't know.
Y'all
James,
starting to
what
start
is the
so
Bible
much
say
shit.
about? I'm about to start some shit. Y'all ready? James, what does the
Uh-huh.
Bible say about? What does the Bible say about homosexuality?
It's a sin.
James, it's a sin.
It's an
Should we?
abomination.
But let me ask you this: even though it says it's a sin in the Bible, should we judge others because they choose that lifestyle?
Well, judging is biblical. What do you
So
mean
we
by
can.
judging, though? There's multiple kinds of judging in the Bible, so it's
I
So
guess
bound to be
the
true.
say a person is a. Should I declare a person a bad person because they choose the lifestyle of homosexuality?
How do you? What do you mean, like to condemn them? Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, we're not to condemn. That's where
There
they
you
go
go.
after this life. That's up to God where they go after this life. Now we're to judge
You
them in
should,
the sense of we need to try to correct them. Yes.
so you should not tell someone they're going to hell because they choose a different life.
Old Testament, yes. New
Wait a minute.
Testament,
Wait a
no.
minute. Now we're going to the idea of hell. Well, everybody goes to hell because hell's the
I
grave.
mean,
Remember?
so should you? So what? I didn't.
Hold on, wait a minute. We've all been taught wrong. Wait a minute. Let me just bust everybody's bubble because mine's just got bust. Right? Wait a minute. Everyone has an Adam's apple. So yes, a girl can have one. However, the Adam's apple is more prominent and visible in those with higher levels of testosterone. Typically, cisgender males, an Adam's apple is the notch in the thyroid cartridge that looks like a little funnel that protects your vocal cords. What the fuck?
Oh, I didn't. I
But
knew
if
everybody had an Adam's apple, but everyone you can't see. You can't
but if
see.
a woman
The Adam's apple,
if a
and that's
woman takes
how man
testosterone, she
look.
doesn't grow a bigger Adam's apple, right?
It can
Not
grow.
like more
Yeah, it
pronounced.
can. If they
Can
do it
it?
when they're younger, it can. Yeah, it can
That's why
complete that. Once the bone is fully developed, it won't complete.
They
But
get that
even if
testosterone
you ever
down.
notice some men you can't see their Adam's apple, and
because they don't
I
have
think
it.
it's that forgot
I'm
what
looking it
age,
up.
but I forgot what age it matures, but and usually those men have below average testosterone in their system.
Yep, that's what it says right
Or they,
here. Low
or
testosterone
they
or
ain't
no
got no neck.
testosterone. That's crazy. Wow, I didn't know that men and women had that shit. Hold up.
Yeah, that's a Adam's apple. That's part of your anatomy.
Yeah,
But
So what
that's what
purpose does
y'all
it
taught
not
us how
serve?
to do. Y'all started
profound.
this.
What
It's not
purpose does it
profound with
serve?
So that means the
to
bigger
protect
it
the
is, the
vocal
deeper your
cords.
vocal cords are. That's crazy.
So that's
Mm-hmm. That means you would talk like
is
this.
and it vibrates, and that's what creates the bass.
The bass.
That's
The
the tr-
bass.
What it
that's
do?
the
I got
trouble in the
bass.
bass system in the throat.
I got bass, y'all, and I got a womb.
How low can you go?
I got a bass in the
What up?
womb.
That's why word can say, "What up, though?" And that's why Commander say, "Chat, chat, where you
My
at?"
Adam's apple. Breaking my Adam's apple. My bad.
Chat, chat, where you at? There ain't no voice box to it.
Okay, so let me.
Ignorant black.
Shit. Never mind. I can't smoke and
Hey,
talk.
but this condemning or how you're saying judging, don't like how does it apply? Like what you're saying is like we shouldn't condemn, right? We shouldn't judge. Is that what you're saying? And then
In the New
should we show
Testament,
love
yes,
to everyone despite their sins, even chomos?
yes, yes. Grace. That's what grace is.
Mm-hmm.
Old Testament, no.
Well, we can't make no condemnation because that's up to God. We need
No,
to judge them in the sense of trying to bring them back to the right path. Because judging is good if used rightly.
I don't think Adam's and Eve was the damn first man and woman on earth.
They weren't. Oh, my computer.
It's all about using judgment rightly because judgment's not evil. Judgment is biblical.
Yeah, we use judgment every day, all day.
I'm a soprano with 7 keys.
I just think that the Old Testament more of seeing to believe in the New Testament is more receiving faith and grace. It's two different things. It's not. It's more spiritual in the New Testament. It's more physical in the Old Testament.
Well,
That's the best way.
actually, I don't know about that.
What you mean?
It's pretty spiritual, I would say, in the Tanakh, the Old Testament.
How?
Have you not read the part where it's not all about just how you are on the outside? It's also about how you are on the inside. It talks about multiple times that you need to cleanse your heart, and your heart needs to be right in the law.
Your heart is not, but your heart is not spiritual.
What?
Your heart is not spiritual.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
And the heart, it can be deceiving.
Absolutely.
Your heart is
Your
a
heart.
spirit?
Can
Well,
your
you have to
spirit be
understand what
deceiving?
heart. You have to understand the idea of heart from the Hebraic perspective. The heart is where you make decisions. Your brain is your heart. That's where your ruach resides.
Uh-oh.
So what he's saying in the Hebrew aspect, the heart is where the soul is at. The ruach.
The
It
ruach.
actually, yeah,
Well,
that's where I get the concept of the internal guiding system.
well,
You know,
wait a minute. The soul is not there. The soul is made up of the body and the ruach. The body and the spirit. Because it says in Genesis chapter 2, God made man out of the dust of the ground. That's the body he made. Then he put
and
his
gave it
breath
a
of life
living.
into him. This is the ruach. And then out of that they became a living soul.
Commander, there go your answer from before.
So the soul is the making up of the body and the spirit. Without the body, there's no soul. Without the spirit, there's no soul.
Huh?
Absent of one.
Yep,
No
you're talking
soul.
about Gary from before, right?
Okay, so from a biblical understanding, I can see how you depict the soul, because he became a living soul, right? But the ruach is translated into what?
In the spirit, the ruach is spirit. The soul part is the nefesh. I think it was nefesh was the word for soul.
The flesh, yeah.
Nefesh, yeah.
The flesh is the word for soul.
Soul, yeah.
So,
yeah, I'm about to get the word started. Here it comes.
no, I'm understanding this concept because he's saying, but that man was not there. I understand what he's saying because of Adam and Eve, like from the Adam and Eve aspect. But just for me, the soul or the spirit didn't come until the apple was eaten. So I
What
understand
spirit are
even
you
when
talking about?
because when God blew breath into Adam, he became a living soul, but he was still incomplete. He was incomplete because he had the soul but did not have the spirit.
Right.
I understand.
Wait a minute.
He blew the spirit in him and it became a living soul. But what he blew in him, he was still incomplete because until he ate the apple, that's when he became complete, knowing of good and evil, the conscious. He became conscious. Our spirit is the conscious. The spark of God is God's consciousness. Knowing good and evil, that's the conscious of God.
Yep. And
You
your
see what I'm
conscience
saying?
is your first teacher.
And I'm being honest with you. I'm not reading really from scripture. It's more of a combination of a lot of different, especially comedic understanding of the spirit, the soul, but to correlate it back into the Bible. Like when you speak, like think about the representation of God, right? The representation of God has always been the mind, the conscious of God. The representation of Jesus was always the heart, which was the soul. So when we talk about eternity, we're talking about combining the heart and the soul into the flesh. So they say Holy Spirit, but in the occult science, they say the whole spirit. To complete the spirit is to have the soul take its seat. And what do they say? The seat of the soul is the mind. So you have to combine our spirit, like in a cult, and not even just a cult, but a lot of spiritual practices. Well, I ain't gonna say a lot, but like in Kemetic science and also more science, like Islam science, they teach you have to combine the two into one to come into the flesh. So it's the whole spirit. to become a complete. It's like even if you think like think of us, right? Just think of us, right? We feel things and we think things. And a lot of times those two things be at conflict, right? The way we feel and the way we think about things. So if we can combine those two, we become what? No conflict, we're balanced. And then our actions therefore are balanced. If you are making decisions and you have internal conflict, even if it go right or wrong, you still are conflicted. So to be whole, or even I would say to be at peace internally, you have to combine the two. Align your heart with your conscience. And it either can be influenced by outside influences. Right? The way we feel can be influenced by the outside. The way we think can be influenced by the outside.
Yeah.
And me and Cat Daddy, shout out to Cat Daddy, man. He gave me a formula because I was contemplating like how can you you do something but you can't figure out how it was done. It just kind of happened, and that's where I was at with that. Like I made peace. My heart, my spirit, and my soul made peace with one another, and I was able to make decisions with the whole entire me, like at peace, not at conflict. And he told me the why and how.
Somebody jamming.
It's probably background. I got background noise.
Yeah.
Combination of everything. You got music on.
I'm just saying that your soul is the all spark. That's that spark right there. The spirit comes afterwards. I'm just saying.
I don't know. I'm not thinking on that one.
That's why I was trying to tell you, word. The soul is the spark. They ain't had no spirit. They had nothing in them. You can go a whole life without a spirit, not knowing that the spirit is in you. You can go a whole life. Just because you don't know how to reach your soul, people know they got a soul. The spirit is different.
That's the concept. That's why when people like, this is my thing, and this is what I preach to people. I don't care what you believe in, who you follow. If you don't have a connection with it, meaning like you have to look outside for it, and you can't feel it, like you don't have any sense of presence, it's not in you. And if it's in you, like Gary said, it's buried. But at some point in life, if it's in you, I feel like you will feel it regardless. It just happens. That's why people have epiphanies and just change their life overnight and shit. Because that shit was in them and it woke up. And they realized, like, no, this shit fucked up.
Activate. Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh,
that thing be hidden. It's like a gift. It's like it's really a gift, but people don't know how to activate said gift. Right? Everybody has a gift in their life right now. Every one of us. Until you know what it is, you wouldn't recognize it if it appeared in front of you.
And that's how you activate it, by knowing what it is or find out what it is.
Right.
That's how you activate
even
it.
If you stumble upon it, that's what it was? Oh my gosh. Hey, I didn't know I had that in me.
Which the likelihood of you stumbling upon it is slim. You're gonna have to search it out and find it. Most likely.
Let me ask you this. Have everyone on this channel had that experience where they felt like a divine presence with them, if it was on the outside or inside, but you felt it? Like you just kind of knew, like, okay, that's that Talia. That's that woo woo. Right.
It's on the inside when you know it, when you have this divine presence. So it's on the inside and it's this peace. You know you have divine presence.
Yeah, and people see it in you.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
They see it in you and they can identify it.
It overflows.
Yeah, because what comes from the heart, what comes out of the heart it comes from abundance.
So that's why I don't pray. I praise. Right there, what you just said. That's why I do not pray, bro. I praise. I'm thankful for everything, bro. The good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, the homely, whatever you want to call it.
The homely.
But that's
He
why
said homely.
but that's why that tribe is the most important tribe.
Could you say that, instead of, there being like the type of demons that people think there is in the Bible and angels and stuff like that, could you say that those type of things exist within us? There's demons within people. There's some people that are as pure as angels. You see where I'm coming from? Like
Rachel, when you get a chance, go on my page and watch this video. I'm gonna show you this video. Watch this video. It's called The Demons Within. I think I gotta redo it. I think I did a part 2.
All 722 of them, Rachel. You gotta watch them all.
Huh? I ain't got no 722.
You're right. You got 1,002.
I erased like 500 videos, bro, when I was trying to get remonetized. That's why I was like, remember I couldn't find that one video? I found it. It's in my phone. I'm like, then I looked on StreamYard. I got it on StreamYard.
I know he erased a lot of lives because he had a lot of lives with him, Nate, and a lot of people up there. Nate did the same thing too, though.
Nah, Nate made more shit he couldn't get monetized. So. That's what he did. Nate Polo Tink Tink. That's his new nickname. I'm gonna give him my title because he was about to get remonetized and start. I'm like, bro, get that shit off of there. He's like, man, fuck them. They ain't gonna censor me. Yep, they ain't gonna monetize your ass neither.
Rachel, are you gonna apply to get monetized?
You gotta apply to get monetized?
Yeah, you gotta apply. You gotta go under the settings under the earn part. You go on your channel and mention your channel. Yeah.
Hey, Stoic, did you watch this one? The origins of modern. Of Western culture. Nate in here?
Oh shit! I ain't even say Candy in the mirror. What happened?
You summoned him. Nate, baby.
Nate on the panel.
Hello, Nate. Welcome, Nate.
Nate the Great. Here you go right here, Rachel. The Demon Within. You need to watch this one. Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's a year ago. Well, since Nate in here, hold on. I gotta show him some love. 1 or 2. Somebody say a number. 1 or 2.
2.
Whoa, what's going on, my guy? I'm glad you popped up in here. I told your ass I had a drop for your ass too.
He will never learn.
You work for me now, Gabe.
I'm the puppet master. You listen to me.
Oh, little tank, ain't that a bitch?
Polo Tink Tink. Nate is the Polo Tink Tink Matrix. We'll call him Polo Tink Tink Matrix.
Damn, Nate. How he had you looking up there, man. Nate. What we gonna do, Nate, baby?
He gonna try to face scam me. I showed my face at the beginning of this live. Hold on, let me give it to him. This is all you get.
I can't see nothing.
Face scan this.
Not like the Undertaker. I'm gonna give him a shovel one of these days.
Oh shit!
man.
Not the shovel.
Nate then clicked off and went to go edit right now.
Yeah, give him a shovel shit.
He gonna have a whole clip tomorrow. He gonna have like 15 new. Like, all right, word. Keep playing that old shit. I remixed it, but I ain't gonna play it. Adam
You'll
dancing
never
on the
learn.
sea with SpongeBob.
That's how it works, right? Word catches the bodies, right? Gary go collects them. Me and Commando bury them. We got cast.
You work for me. You work for me, kid.
Yeah, nah, man.
Baby. Is we ain't had peanut butter time in months.
I told y'all word gonna get triggered before me. I keep telling y'all.
Gary never got triggered.
Yeah, Gary don't get triggered in front of y'all. I'm telling y'all. He will not. He ain't gonna do it. Somebody, Gary go. You know what he'll do before he? You know, honestly, what Gary will do? He'll drop off.
I've seen him triggered though.
Yeah, I've seen him triggered.
Thank you, Commander.
Yeah.
So word already in the light. He don't got no Tinkerbell in there. We gotta, we need a priest out here. We gotta exorcist all the Tinkerbell of these demons.
Wait, when did I get triggered? When I got triggered?
That time that dude came in the chat and you dropped off and came back up, you was like, "Hold on, man, I had to come back up because."
Yeah. Like, let me tell you.
I know which dude. Then the dude apologized.
Yeah.
Oh shit, what's his name? I forgot his name.
We don't know.
Nobody's name.
Nobody.
Respect.
He's a nobody.
No, y'all mean. He be shadow watching.
My bad. Shout out to you, sir.
When you pause, you was about to say Mr. Nobody. She said, "Shout out to you."
She was.
Shout out to you, Mr. Nobody, but she was like,
"Hey,
yeah.
Who's Mr. Nobody?"
I forgot his name.
There goes Rachel.
I don't know. I got distracted.
Still on
He's inquisitive.
Still on
He was in Rachel's chat before. I can't remember his name though.
I get the light out of word.
I'm just not saying.
I don't remember.
I'll never tell. That's like one of my favorite parts in the movie. I don't know why.
Wait,
did you just say that?
Yeah.
I was like, who said that?
Never tell. That was my favorite. I was like, that's some creepy shit ever. Dope. I like that. And then in Megan, when she was in the hallways, just started dancing and picked up the knife to start chasing the dude. That was like one of my favorite parts.
Oh, did you finally watch the movie Megan?
Yeah. Remember I made that clip? Yeah,
I don't remember.
Oh man, we have to go on Petty Vision and watch it.
I gotta show you this lady. Huh?
No, I was about to say, Word tried to tell me he don't remember what happened last year on his birthday. He said nobody came to his birthday live.
Everybody was
there. No wonder I can't remember it. Was I there?
Yeah, you was there. I must have. I'm telling you.
I don't celebrate birthdays.
I probably was.
Poor little Tinky.
He said everybody was at my birthday. I'm like, I don't remember it either.
Yeah, he was like, was I there? He was on the panel the whole goddamn time. So at least I had brain surgery. I got an excuse. What's yours? Nah,
I don't remember.
Sometimes the memory come out with the juice, bro. Sometimes the memory go with the juice. So, hey.
It's contagious. Nobody remember the whole situation. I'm like, wait, I was there. Oh yeah, I was there the whole time.
Wait, I think I know why he has a straw now. we thought he's sucking off our. Well, no, that sounded bad.
I ain't sucking off nothing. I don't do the sucking.
He's sucking our brains.
I don't suck brains. I pick them.
Listen. He the
Somebody
ultra
need to
MK.
I don't suck brains. I pick them.
He said he picked him.
I'm a picker, not a sucker. Picker.
No, fuck that. Where's the ultra
I'm a
MK?
plucker. I'm a plucker.
He
Let
sits
me
here
see.
manipulating people.
239. I got it. I'm clipping this. I'm clipping this.
Man, see, look, this, y'all don't look. Let me be quiet because I'll be up here clowning for real.
Nope.
And I can say things in a way that is not abrasive, but it's funny as hell.
Oh shit! Hey, then see, y'all got him triggered. Here come the lexicon. It's coming.
Yeah, that was a combination of Hellraiser and freaking E.T. You saw that? Commander.
Hey man, y'all heard them damn beatboxers, man? Hold on, bro. I don't know. I listen, bro. I don't know. I'm probably gonna get a strike. I don't care. I'll erase it later. But
Nah,
once a day.
Don't try to get a strike before I get this clip.
Nah, bro. I'm putting this on private. I don't want that. You talk about clipping me. All right. Yeah, keep laughing like that. I'm gonna put that in on the beat.
Word over here. You see that?
Yeah, I'm an evil genius. I will put your laugh on the beat. Your laugh on the beat. Your laugh on the beat.
Oh man.
Gary has a good laugh. So does Rachel.
I'm telling y'all, Nate clipping. He over here.
I need to hear James. I need to hear James laugh.
Nate cooking.
You ain't funny, motherfucker.
Huh.
What's that? Is that James?
Yeah, that was my laugh.
I'm clipping that shit, bro.
What in the music and bullhead was that? Yeah. That was Bobcat Goldthwait. Shout out to Recipe Bobcat Goldthwait. That's what that was.
I thought I had a Chinese guy on the panel. What happened?
He did clip it. He clipped it.
Oh shit! That's somebody.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. But when I need it, I got it. I ain't got my soundboard
yet. Yo, you sound like Kermit the Frog. We don't.
I'm about to call the ambulance, bro. Like I don't know if you laughing, choking. I don't know what the hell going on. But we gonna get you some help. That's what we gonna do.
It's all Commander's fault.
Blame Commander.
Yep.
Who got the money? We got to bail out Commander, yo. She got thrown across the border.
They kept sending me to HR yesterday.
Is that where we at? We just go blame the Mexican for everything? Is that what we doing? Is that what we really doing? Man, you can't.
Gary said I have to behave everywhere I go. That's not fair.
Well, she have to behave.
I did not say that. See, that's
pretty much.
Yep.
I did not. I think
Gary, are you trying to restrict women for living their best life? Is that
Is he a sexist? A misogynist?
What in the thing?
Oh, y'all can't tell me this ain't shit. Hold on.
He's a misogynist.
He's a misogynist. He's a masseuse.
Wait, Gary got his English. He said,
I am.
Okay, look, I need total silence from everybody. Okay, I need y'all to experience the awesomeness of this video. Okay, experience the awesomeness, right? That's all I'm giving y'all. If y'all ain't like that, y'all racist and y'all got the devil in.
Was he like singing into like a?
All that was beatboxing. All
that wasn't a microphone, was it?
Yeah, they was beatboxing. All the beat, none of that was like music instrument. It was all beatboxing.
Nice.
And when he started off, he was beatboxing and he went into rapping. That group, bro, I'm telling you, man, if that don't make you feel good and happy, you got the devil in you. I don't care what nobody say. You're the seed of the serpent.
We need our music expert to confirm this.
Now, James, what were you about to say? Were you about to say you're a misogynist?
Hey, salute, word, Commander, Ray True,
Frankie
Gary.
Blanco, what up, though?
Everybody,
Frankie Blanco, what up, though?
What's goody, man? Hey, where did that kid go? James, Life Talk.
He right here.
I'm right here.
What's up, James, man? How you doing, brother?
I'm okay. You?
I'm all right, man. I see you floating around. You be on CT's panel a lot too. I be in the chat, man.
Oh yeah, I'm on CTs a whole lot. Yeah.
Yeah, great show, good guy, man. I just want but
Yeah,
I
he's
was gonna
funny.
tell you, James. You heard instead of doing that laugh, I think you should just go vampire and start writing it out. Just put HAHA.
Oh, like hold on, let me.
Also, is Gary here? My brother Gary.
Where'd he go?
Gary sleeps.
Gary, please come to the podium.
I thought where was going?
Where'd he go?
Oh, he's right there. Gary, I don't know how these people missed that joke, bro. That was the most funniest joke. I mean, I spit juice out when you said it. When we're saying they all have Adam's apple, when you say unless they ain't have no neck. Oh my God, that's fucking jewels. That's a jewel, bro. They went over by everybody's head.
I heard it.
They ain't here.
They're not ready for the overhead bars. I laughed inside and outside. No homo.
No,
I chuckled. I did. It was funny.
I did. I had like a little chuckle here and there. You know what I mean? It tickled my fancy paws.
Oh shit!
Like that.
How do you do that nowadays? How do these people say the shit that sounds like it needs a pause, but like you go too far with it. Like you can't say certain things and say pause after, right? That's like nah. You should have just said you know what I mean?
I don't say pause at all, bro.
Nah, you know what I mean though. Sometimes people say some outlandish stuff that just like out of context. It's crazy, especially in the internet days. People could take it. I could act like I'm interviewing you and just say everything that you respond with and just ask the question and flip it around, you know?
Yeah, that's I can't even describe that type of shit right there. That's
Hey,
weird.
let me tell you something. When Word starts running out of the clips, the best thing to do is to start getting real. You know what I mean? He's gonna start having Gary on the seat on the no jumper interview. Watch, he's gonna have you looking crazy, saying the outlandish shit. You're gonna have a tattoo on your face. Like, where the fuck Gary get a tattoo on his face? Guy's fucking 50 years old. He ain't never did this shit before. Where he get this from?
Let's go, James.
He got the
Where's your
teardrop. He got the teardrop with the Bible in his hand.
Oh, killing it.
Talk about mixed messages, right? Jesus Christ.
Hey. Okay.
Commander, you stay starting trouble.
I want to ask the question. So, anyone from the Caucasian persuasion, maybe you can help me with this, right? I got a question. I'm gonna show y'all a video.
Caucasian persuasion.
Why can't I pause this? I can't. Okay. There we go. Oh no, I don't want to download it. I just want to pause it. Okay. So, what is the white people version of Who Manages This?
Wait, say it again.
Say it again.
What is the white people version of Who Manages This?
Can I answer first?
Yeah.
Dude, is this your friend? Or hey, is that your buddy?
Hey there, buddy.
That's not it. I'm gonna play the video.
You can't lie though. That was pretty good. It was close.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it was.
Come on now, James.
Wait, James, give it a shot, James. We need it from the we need it from the experience.
If I say like Who Manages This, how would you interpret it?
I would interpret that as like a woman's like man that she's with, the man she's with.
Yeah, but like, come get your mans.
Yeah, they don't be using like "yo, you my man" type shit. You know what I mean? That's just like awkward.
Yeah, because that's something that I think is common. Like I don't like to use this word, but in the black community though, ain't it? To say it like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What would be that?
I've hung around enough like around enough people that are of that skin tone that I know it. Because I have a lot of friends that are.
Hey, James, real
Plus I got
quick.
some family that's mixed, so I mean,
Did they ever hit you with that? Who mans is this?
I've heard it. Yeah, I've heard it.
Hey, James, real quick before he plays that, has anyone ever actually
Not with
said?
me though. It's not pointed towards me, but
Okay. Has anyone ever said to you, like, one of your friends, like, damn, James, you my
I've
nigga?
heard that being said. The what?
Has any of your friends ever came up to you and said, damn, James, you my nigga?
Actually, I had one friend that let me.
See?
the N-word.
There's always that one. I know.
But that was the only one. I wouldn't use it. I didn't feel comfortable using it still.
Right. No, I just asked you that. You know what I mean? Some people slip, you know?
You just tried it on to see how it fit.
Yeah, he wanted to see how it
he was
fits.
actually cool with me using it, but I just didn't.
Hey, that's a fucking bar right there.
He was actually literally legitimately cool with me using it. I just always
Was y'all like two alone and he said it like with the windows closed and everything? He just looked at you like, he had that look like, I'm going to say something, don't kill me.
What?
Who said it? Your best friend? Was he black?
Well, he wasn't my best friend. I won't say that.
Was he black?
He was black, yeah. He was okay.
Okay.
Technically mixed to be more.
Nice. So he was like a high yellow, like Drake. If he's like Drake complexion, I don't know. He could be like Dominican or something. You gotta be careful.
Wasn't like dark. He was dark.
Was he Wesley Snipes or Drake?
He was more towards the darker end, but not like dark.
Okay.
Not light, but not dark. Like more darker.
That doesn't help, man. It's gray. If it ain't light or dark, it's gray.
Hey, hold on, let me play this real quick.
Oh.
This shit funny.
This.
Oh, who mans is this?
Yeah, the white people version.
Hey, sir, what's your name? I can say, who raised you? Nah, that's kind of black.
Yeah.
Nah, that's black.
Do white people even say who mans is this?
What's their version?
No, we don't.
Evidently they
No.
don't. James just admitted to us.
No, we don't.
Oh, you get warm. You get warm.
Who are you, guy?
Nah, you get warm.
Probably gonna be the place with Buddy.
Does
Who
anyone
are
know
you,
this
buddy?
gentleman?
Oh, who do you think you are?
Buddy.
Oh yeah, I've heard. Who do you think
You
you
gotta
are?
tell me. White people don't say that shit.
Who do you think you
It
are?
sounds like
It has the word
Hold
loaded.
on. Listen.
Get her.
Familiar with the game.
Get her.
Oh, get a load of this guy.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh.
White people do get a load of this guy.
Hey, that's a fucking that's a
What's
movie
the white
line.
people version of who mans is this?
Hey, no, because my one homeboy, he always say that shit, and I never thought about it like that until he said this. My boy, like, get a load of this guy.
It kind of feels like it kind of
Yeah,
feels
yeah,
like
yeah.
country too. Like if somebody said that to me, I'd be like, that's weird. I feel awkward with it, you know.
It's like when we say, man, who mans is this? We not literally asking like who mans is this. We like, who the fuck is this? Like
Right.
who the fuck is like?
That's just like that's just like
it doesn't denote relationship status.
You said,
Who even are you?
It doesn't denote relationship status. Like it doesn't say that who's this woman's
no,
man.
nah, we don't do it like that.
It's like you fucking weird, bro. Like who man?
Yeah, when we say whose man is this, that means you doing the most. Like you being extra.
Yeah, like you fucking weird, bro. Like, so
denoting.
we asking like who brought it's more or less like a rhetorical question.
Right, but you know
Like,
where
we know
honestly,
you ain't- yeah.
with that comment, like say it again. What he said the answer was again? Because I smoke a lot.
Get a load of this.
Get a load of this guy, right? You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of like me being like a brown nose at a job, and then the supervisor walking around, he comes up to you, he's like, "Hey, get a load of this guy." You know what I mean? Like one of those, and you just kiss out. He's like, "I know, Tom, right? Fucking lazy." I'm snitching and all that. I'm brown nosing like a motherfucker. I got the broom. He's like, "Hey, get a load of this guy, Frank." He call you by your whole name and shit. Like, damn, B. There's a white dude who does that on TikTok. He breaks down how white people and black people use this. We use slang and we use the total opposites. Like he be like, "Yo, shorty."
That's what it was up there.
Yeah, but there's two black dudes. This white dude is hilarious because he got that. He looks like one of those like Yale students, but he's just talking that language, that talk. You know, he's like, They'd be like, damn, shorty bad. Right. And then the other one be like, she's fine. You know what I mean? Like the way they mix it up, the wordplay, and that means a lot too, because the connotation in the word, right? Or the connotations in the word, you know, the way it's being used. But that's deep.
I don't know where I got it from, but sorry, go ahead, James.
Yeah, the connotations help insinuate what the word means.
Yeah, kind of like spellbinding too, you know? Like you like, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes I say some people's children, like, oh man, some people's children. But I don't know where I got that from. Have you ever heard that?
No.
No.
Nah, but who raised you is the new shit going around. That's trending right now. Like, who raised you?
Yeah, I think that's everywhere.
That's insulting in a way too, right? That's like direct.
Well, my grandma used to say that shit.
That's old, yeah.
See?
Who raised you?
The history repeats itself.
My grandma used to just see some little kids running around like, who raised you, little bastards?
I want to see like the black culture start using, gosh darn it.
Oh, hell no.
Who's your daddy?
That's old.
That shit like eating mayo, bro. I'm straight.
That shit is like fucking Dukes and Hazzard, right?
No, my grandmother. That's my grandmother's profanity word.
What?
That's a swear song. Gosh darn it, that's like a square.
Yeah. That's the only time. Is that Southern?
Gosh darn it. I don't know.
Well, that is
She used to
Southern.
say that.
Yeah, gosh darn it.
Yeah, because I know a lot of my Southern family say that, like older people.
That is definitely Southern.
Sam Hill. I said, who the hell is Sam Hill? She be like, Sam Hill. I'm like, who's Sam Hill?
Sam Hill, that's Southern too. Oh,
See?
Sam Hill. Sam Hill.
What the Sam Hill?
Sam
Hey,
Hill.
what?
Yeah.
Oh, they say what the Sam Hill?
Yeah, with the Sam Hill. Yeah.
I'm gonna steal that one.
What the
Sam Hill?
That was my grandmother. She go to church. She don't never cuss. She never cussed in her entire life until she got dementia.
You know the people that be like, oh, my HE double hockey sticks.
Yeah, she said, she should say Sam Hill. I'm like, that's
You
what,
might as well
what is
just
that?
say the word right out loud though. Just say hell.
Some people don't say hell. Some people don't say damn. They don't like saying those words. Like, you know what I mean? It probably puts
Gosh
something
darn
over.
it
You know?
is down. Yeah, gosh darn it is down.
Yeah, but you're gonna say HE double hockey sticks. You might as well just be.
You never heard that, James? You never heard nobody say that?
I've heard
Oh, okay. I got
HE
scared
double-
for a minute.
I've heard HE double hockey sticks. Yes, I've heard that.
But it's kind of cool though, like for imagination, like it's creative, right?
Yeah, but you might as well just say it out straight out though.
That's true, right? Just straight to the point instead of
Straight
being
to
like,
the
you know,
point,
creative.
Yeah, be blunt about it.
That's true. That's true. James is a very wise man. I've heard James speak on many occasions. I kind of feel like I know him, but I never spoke to him. But I've been in chats where he's been on panels, and this guy he's a trooper, man. He knows how to talk. You know, he fends for himself. And I think he got like a little bit of black in him because you know he got a little bit of soul. I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
Should I take that as a compliment or should I take that as a scary thing?
No, it's actually like a good thing unless you see it like a bad thing. But I think that's like a compliment. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just like in the hood is like, you know what I mean? We're giving you props. But I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
but
talk
I'm
about
saying you've been watching me on panel, so it's like
that sounded crazy. Hold on, let's put a pause for the transcript. 86 that comment. That's crazy. I kind of been watching you, James. What the hell's that?
Kind of been
Well, it sounds like you've been watching.
Somebody's watching me. He made me
Well,
feel
you
like
see
an
me
ill
on
creep.
panel, so it's like you've been watching.
Stop, man. You making this shit sound like it's a fucking crush or something. Chill out, James. Just talk.
There's people that have told me that.
Well,
So they see me everywhere I go. I'm
Look,
like,
James is flattered.
"You're in
Don't
the
be
bushes."
blushing, James. Stop, please, man.
Kudos.
Who's laughing like that? Who did that fake little? Who did that?
That was me.
Horrible. You see, that's your real laugh. You sound like a broken violin.
A fake laugh, as you call it.
You sound like a violin with one string.
Yeah, a pretty bad string.
I'm fucking with you, James. I'm joking, man.
Like the chalkboard. Using the chalk on the chalkboard.
Hey, Word, did you get my question? No, I want to ask you that. Did Adam have an Adam's apple before Eve brought up the snake? Was the whole, the snake talked to Eve. Did he have? Were there Adam apples before that?
Yeah, what do their voices sound like? I wonder.
I do not know. I don't
Right,
know
but that
about
wouldn't be a good
really
question because it's biologically sound, right? If man was created all in once, he should have everything already, right? 2 eyes, 2 arms, a heart, a nose, right? So wouldn't he have an Adam's apple, or he did the Eve think play into into men having an Adam's apple? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Maybe Eve ate the apple and then shoved the cord down his throat.
Yeah, you going too far, girl. What the hell are you watching?
Wait,
That's some like.
violent.
I don't want to even see your time. I don't even want to see your search bar on Google. I'm scared.
That was violent. That was a violent comment.
Yeah, she definitely goes incognito mode a lot. You could tell.
Mhm. Commander, you telling on yourself tonight.
What in the Sam Hill?
What in the Sam Hill? I'm taking that shit. That shit sound fly. I'm using that shit on my next mixtape. Fuck that. Hey,
Yeah, but
word,
really though,
you think Moses really talked to a burning bush? Oh, James, you think Moses really talked to a burning bush?
I do.
Wow. Okay.
why was the
But I
bush
don't.
burning
I think the
though?
burning bush was inside of it was the spirit of Elohim, though.
Okay. So it could have been like an ayahuasca trip type thing, right?
Oscar, what?
Ayahuasca, you know, like toad poison. You know how the people back in the days, like the shamans, used to get high so they can get messages.
Oh, where they sucked on the toad?
I don't know if that's what Moses did. I'm just saying it could be in
Right.
reference to that, right?
Like
You mean like where they
was
sucked
on
on the
fire?
toad and got
No,
He
you never
just
heard about that.
imagined it.
What is it? Ayahuasca, DMT, those other drugs where you get a psychedelic trip.
Peyote,
Yeah,
like
peyote. There you
peyote.
go. Thank you, Commander. Thank you.
Yeah, but didn't they have to suck the toad or something or another, or do something?
They do that too. That's a different form where you can inject it with the. There's a bunch of ways
You
of
don't
doing it. Doesn't
have
matter.
to.
There's
You
different
don't
ways
have
of
to
doing it.
suck it. You can just lick
Yeah,
it.
you could sit in a cloud of smoke of that shit burning, and you become out that shit talking about hey yeah. So chill.
Oh, okay.
So,
That's just the
in
only
that
way I've
region,
heard.
they had mushrooms. They didn't have
Yes, that's what I heard about
peyote
mushroom psilocybin.
or
What they call it?
ayahuasca.
Psilocybin.
Yeah,
So
they
you're saying
had
it could have been a
mushrooms at that
psychedelic
time.
trip?
Yeah, you
But
never heard Joe Rogan say that? Like they take those kind of drugs like to put yourself in a place where it destroys your ego. It actually makes you be human more than before. You get it? Because it kind of shows you that there's another
It's a
back door.
psychedelic.
Yeah, psychedelics like ayahuasca,
Well, some
DMT.
people believe that that's how I got consciousness. Was
They
through
can.
more or
Yes, it
less.
does. It does.
psychedelic.
So what happens is you go into the subconscious. That's what
It brings
actually
you
happens.
closer to
Theory of
God.
evolution is
What they say.
concerned.
You literally, like I do through my cleanses, I do peyote.
See?
When I do my spirit walk, I do ayahuasca.
How you do peyote? Do you just is it mushroom or do you put in like a smoke and burn it in a
No, yeah, you smell the smoke. It's like a couple of different leaves. Like you put a sweet tobacco with it.
Nice.
And you put a sweet tobacco in there. You're in a tent, so even though you're blowing, usually you get like a corn pipe. So
you can't throw like 2 grams of some fire in there just in case. Just mix it.
Bro, ain't nothing you smoking touching that, bro. I promise.
I know. See, what does it smell like? Does it smell like burnt rubber and burnt hair, like Barbie hair?
Well, that's why you put the sweet tobacco in it. You know,
Yeah.
so it's not really a bad smell.
It gives it that
I never
pumpkin
smoked it
spice.
without
It gives it
the
that pumpkin spice smell.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not being facetious. I really want to know because I'm like certain drugs, right? And this is just from like people telling me. I don't know personally, but they say that certain hard drugs have a chemical smell and it's almost like why would these people do it? It's like burning a garbage bag with a fucking under a mask.
Peyote come from the earth, bro.
I'm saying well, that stuff is natural. I don't know too much about it. What I'm saying is like the other drugs, the higher form.
Yeah. You ever smelled like a burnt aspirin, like burn a Tylenol or something? That shit smell horrible.
I just don't like the smell of medicine bottles. Like inside, if you open a medicine bottle and smell it, that shit is like an old lady's book.
I can't smell medicine. If I do, I just can't.
For instance, though, the reason why I say that and I brought it up is because if you take a black magic marker, I'm just talking about like a regular Sharpie, and you open it and you smell it, right? And then say somewhere online somebody comes up to you with a bag of dust, angel dust or formaldehyde mixed with mint leaves, it's gonna smell exactly. I'm not talking. There's no difference in how that shit smells to that magic marker. No difference. I promise you that. It's weird. Like you can almost activate someone's, subconscious with smells. You know what I'm saying?
You can't with fragrances.
Just by memory.
Right. With pheromones.
Yeah. You know frankincense.
Yes, frankincense, myrrh. That's what the 3 kings are.
Yeah.
If you believe in them, I don't. I just think that's Series A, B, and C constellation.
Ooh, has anybody ever tried like buying the pheromones? Like
Say
they
that
sell the
again.
pheromones to they sell like pheromones to put on yourself to
I
attract
did.
the
So I
opposite
got,
sex.
yeah, I did. I got attacked by bees.
I was about to say,
For
you
real,
about
for
to put
real?
on some lion piss?
Yeah, I think I'm having a baby bumblebee.
You about to
I,
put some.
yeah. Like when hunters they go hunting, they use deer pheromones. You know how strong that shit is? The deer can smell that shit like 2 miles away. Who got that in the background? Somebody doing a whole nother interview. The fuck?
Oh, I got to mute. Yeah, I got to
James, we can
mute.
tell what you watching. What you watching, James? Soul Plane?
No, my dad's watching stuff, and you're
Thought he
hearing
was
it in
watching
here.
Paper Soldiers.
No, he's watching a video about something for maybe a
That joke wasn't
vehicle.
funny. Word Soul Plane, James. Like, damn, today's a tough crowd, huh?
Yeah, it's a tough crowd today. I
It's a
didn't
tough
get
crowd
that.
today, James. I'm with you on that one.
What is
Hey,
soul plane?
you never watched Soul Plane, Commander? Oh my god.
Soul Plane? Oh, come on. That's a Snoop Dogg movie because I think Snoop Dogg was.
No, it's Kevin Hart's movie. What the fuck, James? We jump up when you double dutching. What the fuck?
Wait a minute. So then, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What movie was Snoop Dogg in? It was on a plane.
He was in that movie. He was the pilot, but it was Kevin Hart's movie. He was like he was the what do you call those people
I
that
thought
get
he was
people
in
on
that
planes?
movie. Okay, I was right.
That was a dope movie. Everybody say it was like a B-list. They say it was a B-list movie. I think it was great.
That shit was funny, man.
Hey, word between Friday 2 or Soul Plane. Which one you listen? Which one you watching?
Friday 2
Soul
or Soul
Plane.
Plane?
I think Friday 1 was the best. After that, it was all like, they just dragged it out.
I think I would go Soul Plane over Friday 2.
Yeah, once they put Chris Rock out, I mean, Day Day was funny. It just wasn't Chris Rock.
Facts. It's like one of the hardest choices. You got to ask somebody who's black or brown from like urban area. It's like, which movie you like better, and then you would say like, Juice, or the one with Nino Brown. What the fuck is
Or
that?
what about this? Boys in the Hood or South
Oh,
Central?
Boys in the Hood or Juice. Like you had to pick between one of those. Like how hard is that? That's
I can't
crazy.
compare boy. I
Nino
can't
Brown,
do
that's
Boys in
New
the
Jack
Hood.
City.
Yeah, there you go. New Jack City or Juice or Boys in the Hood. You know what I mean? Like
No, you couldn't. You have to do New Jack City or
Yeah.
Sugar Hill. Them are two you
See, I
have to
don't.
compare.
I would say New Jack all day.
All day.
You go back though. You go back, bro.
The only thing can compare to New Jack though, or close to it, or hit that is Sugar Hill.
See, I gotta
Nah,
watch
that ain't
Sugar Hill
true.
again.
That's not true.
What hit close
That
to
is
New
not
Jack
true.
City? What hit close to
Too
New
deep.
Jack?
In Too Deep.
Ooh, but Into Deep is after Con. I think.
Yeah, that's
I
not
think
the era. You have
Word
to
is going
do
back with the beginning of it, like where probably New Jack derived from, like that type of.
Yeah, you have to go into deep and what was the other? Into deep and what's the other one with that bird from New York? Paid in
Which
Full.
one?
Into
Paid
Deep
in
with
Full
Paid
or
in Full.
Belly? Nah, I gotta be Paid in Full or Belly.
No, Belly all day, bro.
Damn, son, I can't front Belly all day because I love DMX, but Paid in Full, that shit's a
Paid in
classic
Full.
for that generation.
Well, most of them are true stories, so it don't matter. They all about New York, so hey, I'm biased.
Yeah, but like that Into Deep was special too. Like you ain't no cop J Reed. Like, come on, son.
So are
LL
you?
played a hell of a role there, in that movie playing God.
So are you from New York, Gary?
Yes, sir.
He's from New
That's what I
York.
thought. Okay.
You can't tell? He talks
The
fast.
accent's there, and also he said he's biased towards New York, so
Yeah, I'm from New York.
I got you.
You said Gary's biased towards New York?
Yeah, he said he's biased because all his movies are based in New York, so he said he was biased.
Oh, he's biased against anything but New York. I got you.
But New York, yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, look at Shotters, Shotters was a good movie. It just was low.
Ask Frankie where he's from.
Hey, James, can you tell where I'm from?
I would say Chicago.
Close, but not no cigar. But can you really like not nail it in like a little closer, maybe?
A little closer. So I'm close to Chicago. Chicago is close.
I'm a little further up.
Move further up. Let's go further up from Chicago.
I mean, if you go up from Chicago, what do you?
You're
See,
from Canada.
you're hot, Gary. You're really hot, dude. Gosh darn it.
Canada.
Oh my gosh.
Why do you sound like you're from Chicago, though? You really sound like.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Are
Thank
you
you.
from Manitoba?
Massachusetts?
From Boston?
Canada?
From Boston?
Nah, I'm from New York. I'm from New York. I don't know how you can tell Gary is, but you couldn't tell me when I said coffee.
Coffee.
I can't tell how y'all can't tell. Period, man. You can
Yeah,
tell
that's
he like.
That's true.
You can tell like I don't want to say what is your descent. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
But you mean like you don't want to be saying, man? I give a fuck, man. I got tough skin.
What do you mean?
My
like
niggerish
Boricua?
ways. My niggerish ways.
I don't know. The way.
Like, you want Puerto Rican in you? Or is it?
Yeah, it's that's my yellow's part of me when I'm nice, but when I got the Afro Latino in me, that's when I'm like a savage. I don't give a
You're a
fuck.
Boricua?
Yeah, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm a New
Yeah,
Yorican because I speak
Nice.
Patois better than I speak Spanish. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how I didn't get to choose New York because
Yeah, you ain't smarter than a fifth grader. I could tell.
I'm not smarter than a fifth grader. Ah, come on, a fifth grader wouldn't know everything I know about the Bible.
Hey, James, I'm just ruffling your feathers, buddy. You know me and you're cool as shit, man. I'm good with you.
Gee whiz.
First you sound like a healthy fat Joe.
Nigga said the healthy fat Joe. Hey, I see like Fat Joe to me is like he lowered his bar on me, so that's an insult, dude. That nigga,
What the damn hell?
They sound like David
Sam
Hill had a kid.
Sam Hill is only for Southern people.
No, that's not true. Watch the North start using it. You walked out. We're gonna start TikToks using that shit.
Then it would not be appropriate because it's only for Southern people.
What
Who is Sam Hill? Who is Sam Hill? Before I say it.
Yeah, I need to know that because what did that mean?
Gary, you don't know you saying that shit. What the Sam Hill?
I told you my grandmother said it. I never
actually means.
Word know that shit. We're gonna break it down right now, like back in the days, right? The old folks used to get together behind the tree stumps on the fires.
James, type it in the back chat.
I love when Word breaks shit down, bro. He gotta put, you know what I mean? Get that close story. That shit make you sit there and grab the chips, nigga.
Word, where it come from, Word? What up, though?
Oh, he's on not what up or okay, different one.
Oh, okay.
Did I
So
hear
Sam
Commander?
Hill is an American English slang phrase used as a euphemism for mice, oats, or the devil, whatever.
Really?
Oh. I don't think I want to say that.
No, you saying what in the hell. Instead of saying what in the hell, you saying what in Sam Hill.
Yeah, you might as well say hell.
Oh, okay. So you might as well say what in the hell?
That's like saying, come on up, Lucifer. Like, you gotta be careful saying shit like that.
What the hell?
I don't know.
I bet you it got a folklore to it. I bet you it got
Yeah,
one.
that's what I want to hear.
Sound
Words
like-
folklore. I love words folklore. Like, those shits they're good.
No,
man.
It's kind of difficult to say come up here, Lucifer, when he's already here. He's on the earth roaming.
You think so? You think Lucifer's a person? You think Lucifer is like an entity, a person?
He's a spiritual entity, yeah.
All right.
Roaming to and fro.
Is he running to and fro? Uh-oh, there you go. He running to and fro.
People all running to and fro on earth.
So can I ask the question, James? So, do you know what the term anthropomorphism is?
Yeah, that's what I said. I said the same thing, James.
Anthropomorphism, yeah, anthropomorphism.
I've heard the word. I don't recall what it means.
So, what anthropomorphism is when we associate human characteristics to to things such as animals, robots, or ghosts, or even God. When we give God a human aspect, is the definition of anthropomorphism. So,
Okay, gotcha.
you do so like when people say God is a he, it's like if you look at the psychology of what people are doing, you're identifying God with something that's recognizable to you. And the only thing we can recognize is the things we're aware of. And in doing so, we kind of limit God. That's why, like, when I talk to a lot of people, and I only use the term God to communicate. But when you ask me my beliefs, you'll hear me say creator. I never say God because I never use anthropomorphism because I think that limits my understanding of God and how I interact. I look at God as me.
Yep.
Yeah, that limits God. So when they be having all these debates talking about who created God, like, bro,
right?
That's the anthropomorphism shit. This is God is beyond what we can do. We create shit.
It's like you said, word.
Like,
Don't put me in a box. Remember you said that before. Don't put me in a box.
Yeah.
When I notice, anytime I'm having a conversation and it goes down that road, once I hear somebody try to put whatever we're talking about in a scope or something, and there's no real hard proof facts, and then like everything is all like word of mouth or conditioned. I got something about me always questions everything anyway. But when somebody tries to put God in a box, I always say, so what if God was a female, right? Like, and that's a big thing. Like, he's probably both, right? But some people really feel like he is the father, right? When you say father, you think male. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And when they say our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, that's all referring to a man. Our Lord is a man. You know what I mean? Those are things that keep your mind, huh?
But it calls him father in the scriptures.
But that's the thing, right? I don't see it. I don't see the scriptures the same way you do. No disrespect to it. Like, I do take from it, but at the same time, I keep it. Like, you know what I mean? Too much of the juice, you get full. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think even like, okay. So let me ask you this, James. Do you think the world was created? What was it, 3,000 years ago? Or was it?
Well, it depends
7
on you
days,
ask.
right?
6,000 years typically is what people say.
Would you say 6,000 years ago? Do you believe the world was older than 6,000 years?
I don't think it's as old as they say, the billions of years, but I don't know if I could say it's 6,000 years old because I don't see no scripture that references that it says it's 6,000 years. They try to extract that from the fact that there's 6
Well, the
days
third generation.
creation.
How long ago was the third generation? Because that's when Jesus' story came about, right? So you can put a timeline almost to it.
I don't know. Could you?
Well, Jesus was brought up by the 3rd century, so you figure, right? You go back in time,
You got missing years though.
right? What was after that, right? Or before? Well, missing years before that too, because there's not really there's Christ consciousness, I think, but there wasn't no Christ. There was always a Messiah. They always had different Messiahs. You know what I mean? Anointed ones. That's something the Jewish was doing for a while, a long time.
But do you think the Bible, like the world, is older than what the Bible said? I think it's more.
I do. I really feel like it's millions and millions of years old. Like, we still didn't see stars blow up next to us. Shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's been the same for me for half a century. Word. Like, everything in the sky is staying the same constellations. It might be a little colder, might be a little hotter, but has nothing changed in that kind of sense. You know what I mean? Whereas out like the world and Earth, like it's not. You hear floods, you hear tornadoes, but that shit happens every year. You hear these people the same strip getting hit with the tornado again every 2 years, 3 years. Puerto Rico, the whole Hurricane Valley, like, or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, they get hit so it's almost like, why the fuck would you stay there and keep going through that kind of stuff? You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't even have nobody living in that area. Like, we can kind of map it out. Like, yo, this whole strip right here is fucking deadly. Don't live this area. Move out of here.
Yeah, I don't get why people stay in those areas that get hit by tornadoes every year.
Dude, I could imagine living through those. Remember that tsunami and that hit Japan, and they had it on television over here, like playing every day on the news, and you're seeing like towns, cities getting wiped out, houses.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Well, if you watch the news, you can put it on YouTube and watch it. There's almost like 8 hours of footage, farms, everything. They took out a whole like country basically. But what I'm saying is, like, those people were living revelations at that time. You know what I mean? That was their final judgment, because right now they're rebuilding. Life is probably way different for them, for the ones who survived. You know what I mean? And they have a better appreciation towards this life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like people have in all the other times when history.
Right. But if you never, like me on the outside, I'm watching on TV and I'm still smoking weed, ready to go outside and do shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not, that shit doesn't, I'm kind of like, apathetic to it. You know what I mean? It doesn't really affect me no more until I see it around me or it affects someone near me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're kind of like
'cause
distant, so it doesn't bother me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because a lot of big life events, when they happen to you personally, it really does change your life. It revolutionizes your life.
This week I heard that Alaska's preparing for like some volcano, and that like all the stores are like selling out of stuff because people are preparing. Did you guys hear that? No, because it's Alaska
Yeah, I
and
heard
nobody
that.
cares.
No, I heard that.
And then
Well,
Japan, supposedly Japan's preparing, or I don't know, they've said like there's going to be a big earthquake, but how could they really know that?
they predicting it.
They're
It's a
predicting Japan's
prediction.
going to get hit with like a really big earthquake.
Yeah, it's like when they predict
How they
the
monitor
rain
tectonic
and
plates.
stuff. They're predicting it based on.
Man, listen, Alaska's different. Alaska
Yeah,
getting to have no nighttime. They're gonna have no
yeah, with
nighttime
the
and a volcano eruption. They ooh. Yeah.
with the earthquake thing, they can monitor the shifts of the plate, and that's how they predict the earthquake.
So if Japan gets a big earthquake, that means America gets maybe a tsunami.
I'm worried. Well, they need to be worried then because they're an island, so they might get hit with the earthquake and a typhoon around the same time. See, that's why I can't be on no island.
I think they didn't understand time back in the days, and that's why they say people live 200 years and 300 years, and that's why there's the dark ages and there's times missing. Like, well, not even the dark ages because that was more. But I'm just saying, like, time was like, I don't know, man. It's like a construct. That shit's what confines us. You know what I mean? To this experience. And it's like every birthday, you're not really celebrating the birthday. You know what I mean? Celebrate death. But what I was gonna tell you is that ain't it crazy how the brain could remember that you forgot something, but you don't remember what it is.
Mhm. Like when you go to the store and you're like, I know it's something, I just can't remember,
That's
but it
crazy.
was something.
But then later on, you'll remember it. I've noticed.
Yeah, when you get home,
Yeah,
and
when
you're
you get
like,
home,
damn, I forgot the
you
sugar.
done got everything unpacked that you got and everything. You'll remember it.
Yeah, but they say if you want to remember something, you like associate it, you picture it in your mind with like an action, so you can remember it.
Sounds very Hebraic. Has to be an action.
Yeah, like if you want to remember the sugar, you have to picture maybe like the sugar exploding in the bag or something like that, and then you'll remember it. You won't forget it.
Yeah, that sounds like something they tell Hebrew would tell you to do. Because they're all about action.
I've never heard anybody say the anthropomorphism until today. I was watching a serial killer being interviewed, and he said that he
Okay.
would use his dog. He had like a dog, and he said it was like reverse anthropomorphism because people would associate the dog's qualities like to him, and then they would trust him. He said it was like a reverse anthropomorphism.
Huh. And they trust him like he was the dog.
Mhm.
Huh.
Yeah, and I never heard of that guy as a serial killer.
That's
I think his name,
wild.
what was his name? He it was like in Georgia and West Virginia. Supposedly he became that like at 61 years old. Supposedly that's when he became a serial killer.
He was late to the part. He was late. Oh, a serial killer.
But he said like as a child he was
James said that
always
shit from like
fascinated.
experience, right? James said it from experience. He's like, he's late. By 42, I was already cooking shit.
I think it's like I've always thought like if I'm gonna pass away, or like why don't people do things like rob a bank or like do some crazy stuff? if they know they're gonna be leaving this earth.
Yeah, if it's the end of life as we know it after this, yeah, why do they not do crazy stuff?
Yeah, go rob a bank.
It must
But
be
I think
something more.
I think he always had this fascination, and he wanted to do those things. And then when he was 61 and he was sick, because he was sick, he said he went out to do those things.
So hold on. So what you telling me you was gonna live a righteous life and just fuck up at the end? Uncle
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Like fuck it. I've been doing right this whole time. Let me just fuck it up.
Well, then he said his life wasn't anything. Like he basically said like he was a loser. That's what he said. Like his life wasn't.
Hey, who
He
fault
didn't
is
say
that?
loser, but
I was thinking like, who fault is that?
And then he hated women because they asked him if he hated women, and he's like, he said women have it easy and they get whatever they want.
That's like the dude yesterday who was telling me about myself, but he cleaning toilets and shit. Like, bro, fuck.
Wait a minute. So was this dude married?
Will, I don't know.
Nah,
dude,
the one
the serial
that
killer?
Commander's talking about. The one that Commander's
Oh,
talking
he
about.
had been married. He had been married like at least 2 times. He had been married a couple times. Yeah. I don't know if he had
So
children though.
he could have ran into Red Pill and went through Red Pill rage and decided to.
Well, his crimes were committed in 2000. I think 2008 is when he was caught.
Oh, so I don't think Red Pill was around back then.
He's on death row.
Man, what's up?
I want Word
I don't
to
know.
watch his interview, but it's like an hour long.
Yeah, just tag me. Just put it in one of the videos.
Are you talking about that dude, the big dude that he's locked up? That he talked about he loved his mom so much. Big giant dude. They made a Mind Hunters about him.
No, he's not big.
All right.
I know who you're talking about.
A lot
Yeah,
of
he
people
got
in the
like
comments were saying they don't even know who that guy is. Like,
the
even
guy
people
I'm
who
talking
lived
about.
in that area.
The guy I'm talking about, he has a specialty. Like he was known for like skull effing, if you know what that means. Like he was skull effing his victims.
I don't know what that
He
means.
said he had a specialty.
This guy had
He literally was getting dome, if you know what I mean.
Good.
Okay.
Ah.
Yeah, this guy
I had
had
to,
that.
James. I had to. It was a segue joke. I had to.
There's a word for it because they said it in the interview. The word for that, it's like some sort of sexual gratification.
Oh, like necromancy.
No, it was a different word.
Yeah, it's called devilish. When you skull effing, you devil. You're the devil. The devil's in you.
Bro, they're looking for a guy.
That's beyond the devil. That's something beyond the devil.
They're looking for a guy right now. He's wanted because somebody passed away. I don't know if it was on the subway, and he actually like defiled the
I
body.
seen that.
Like
Yeah, I
did
seen that in the
exactly. You
news.
saw that? He did exactly what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
but you gotta watch the shit that be popping up in timelines and then doesn't really get talked about because that should be AI generated. I'm telling you, it's just emotional impulse is what they go for. You know,
You don't think it's real?
a lot of that stuff.
Really
Like the lady
happened?
who got burnt on the train tracks, that shit didn't even
Yeah.
look real. So you know what I mean? I don't know what's real no more. I can't. I'll be honest with you.
It's true.
Yeah, that's devil to tell what's real anymore.
This is sad
And you don't
thing.
even know if those man a
On
woman
media.
anymore.
You can rely on media to really understand that shit happened now.
Well, there's a spin to it because they're biased. You know, they're by the sponsors. They're gonna be biased.
Like that's the fucked up part.
That's why you got to go to YouTube for your news. It sounds crazy, right? But you got to think about it. People on here that are not monetized, they don't give a. They're gonna say it. You know, they saying trigger words and all that. They don't give a fuck. They just saying shit, right? But you get a better perspective than someone who's really clean cut and got a script in front of him. You know what I mean?
Hey, shout out to Uncle L and Stoic in the chat, holding down the chat.
Yeah,
Yo,
that's why I
Stoic
don't
is the
like
most
doing
Stoic. I think Stoic got like Shakespearean blood in him. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Salute to Uncle L.
Yes, Stoic was definitely back in his past life. He was one of those guys with the big fluffy hat with the feather, the quill pen. I promise you.
Like y'all on the night.
Yeah, I don't.
Everybody catches it.
I don't like doing scripts as far as my YouTube stuff. I don't do scripts.
Hey, what's the
Well,
furthest you been up north, man?
What?
What's the furthest you been up
Latino.
north?
Up
What's
north?
the farthest?
Up Maryland. Maryland is the furthest I've been up north. Right up there near like between DC and Baltimore.
So you never been to the Midwest?
Nah,
I
I
think the
never been to
Midwest
the
will blow your
Midwest.
mind,
No,
bro.
not yet.
The Midwest will blow your mind, bro. We some of the coolest people on the planet.
I love the Midwest.
What's Charleston is because Charleston ain't higher than Charleston, West Virginia. I don't think is higher than somewhere between Baltimore and DC. I don't think it's higher.
Nah, that's all east anyway. That's the east side or right or like New
I've been to
York. That's
Charleston
the east
too.
side.
Charleston, West Virginia. I've been to there.
If you go to New York and you talk to somebody in the street for more than 2 minutes, they ain't got
What?
I didn't understand what you said, word.
you. You ever been in New York?
What did you say?
You ever been in New York?
No, but what did you say about if you talk to
If
somebody in
you
New York?
if you on the street and you bump into somebody and have a conversation for more than 2 minutes, you gonna be missing something. They done got you for something, bro.
that's a whole
Oh, like
fact.
they're
That's a
gonna
whole fact.
steal from you?
One
Really?
man who fucking talk to you, and if they occupy your time for that long, it's for a reason.
Let me tell you something, right? In New York, there's two things you watch out for when you walk in and somebody calls you, and it's when they say, "Do you have the time, or do you have a cigarette or a lighter?" Be careful. If you smoking a cigarette, and he said, "Hey, you got a light?" Do not stop. And if you got,
Nah.
if you walk in and you got like a mad favor, and he said, "Hey, excuse me, you got the time?" He's gonna rob you. He's gonna definitely jack you up.
Nah, I'm not
At
stopping.
certain hours, you can just tell it's coming. I promise you.
I just say no before they even speak to me.
Well, I
Shake
don't
my
have
head
a
no.
lighter, so I wouldn't have to stop anyways.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's just the mindset, right? You're walking and you're trying to be like less, you're trying to be inconspicuous, you know, so you're trying to just get to your point B. And what happens is the predator, he can sense that. You're like a weak gazelle in that moment.
Okay, because he can sense that you're not
Right. He can sense blood in the water, if you get what I mean, James.
You're like fresh blood.
Yes, sir.
He's like Jaws. He's ready to fight.
And don't ever stop for a dude doing magic tricks in the corner. You're gonna get that dude's gonna fucking rob you, bro.
Yeah,
And
Roddy
the five
kinda
guys that's standing there watching him, they with
Those
him.
are the ones that are gonna rob you.
Yeah, they with him. They set the trick up. So when you see him lose $200 or another guy win $200, he's just really getting his money back. And then you're gonna think, oh, I could play 100 and make 300.
Yep. Because they always make sure it's take it out, whatever it is that
And James, by the way, I sell broken watches. They're right 2 times a day, so you can't go wrong.
Okay.
I sell like 8 watches under a trench coat. You remember that old guy, like that creepy video? It just shows. I just see a guy who's walking around a trench coat selling shit out of his trench coat. I don't know why. Just anybody with a
Stoic
trench
said,
coat, anyone with a trench coat gives you creepy vibes. You know.
right. Stoic said never stay for longer than 2 minutes. That's too
facts.
long. That's way too long.
Telling you, man. And then they dip off. They be gone. They hit them blocks and barrels, and they out.
Hey, New York people will steal your wallet and then help you look for it. You gotta be careful.
Oh, and see, this is what you gotta worry about in the B. They just gonna knock your ass out and run your pockets and walk
I'd
away.
rather that than a nigga had. You know how much money was in it? Was it the black one? What was like initials on it? And he got my shit in his pocket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
But the world ain't the same no more. So it ain't even like that no more. Now I don't even think people put their mind to like they just do shit like spontaneously. They don't even have it planned out, no alibis, and you know what I mean. It's not no. I'm going out today. I got to get a lick. I need to make. You know what I mean. I need to get some money. Nah, they just out there. They see a nice little. They like fish with bait. You know what I mean. They see something shiny and they go right after it.
Yeah. I be watching these cranks. They be walking down the street with a empty PS5 box And
That
people
kid
go,
always
hey
gets
man, what's up,
robbed.
man?
They be doing
That
them
shit
dirty.
is funny as hell, bro. That shit be funny as hell, bro. I be like,
That
bro, what is this shit?
I mean, they don't have to be careful no more because the law ain't doing nothing about it. You know?
Yeah.
They might as well just straight up, at this point, the criminals might as well just straight up rob you and you know it. Because the law don't do shit about it. I mean,
But ICE is doing a whole lot. ICE is picking up everybody, anybody.
oh,
Yeah,
thank
that's what.
goodness. Pick them all up, take them home.
Nah, they grabbing everybody, even people from here. If they oop, they
Oops.
on
All
that
right.
Well, I
oop.
don't know if they do that. I don't think they can do that. Pick up people that are American.
Bro, it's
They've
bro,
been
it's
doing it.
cases they did that, bro. It's cases, bro. People still trying to get home.
Wait a minute.
But
Who's
then,
saying that they're
America,
taking people?
watch, bro, watch the, it's on the news,
It's
bro.
happening, James.
What
That's why you gotta
news?
walk
Wait a
with your
minute. What news
papers
are
if
we
you're brown.
watching? Mainstream news?
Fox News.
Nah, bro, it's not even. I mean, it's not even mainstream. It's people's families coming out telling stories. You see a couple, but like, man, my wife be fine. She like, but I thought like, I ain't trying to be funny, but it's only certain groups of people they fucking with like that. I told her they ain't fucking with no Middle Eastern people like that. They got treaties. They cool with the Middle Eastern countries, bro. They fucking with the people they don't fuck with. That's what they fucking with. They don't fuck with South America, Mexico, none of that shit. They fucking with the brown people. They fucking with some of the black people. They sending people back to Haiti left and right. But
I don't know how they could kick people out that are American. I don't know how they could do that if they're illegal.
I'll bring him back
man, look,
after a short little vacation.
right.
Yeah.
What's that? The
Where they
last
going?
dude
Costa
they
Rica
did.
now? Is it Costa Rica?
They don't. No, they building some more facilities down in Argentina. Is it Argentina?
No, El
I don't
Salvador.
know.
But you know
Argentina,
what they're
Costa
talking
Rica.
about? Did you hear Trump said he wants them to build more facilities, but it's like for Americans.
Well, if he
Yeah.
could, he would send them, is what he said. If he
That shit
could,
fucked up. Like you go to jail, you American, they say you like from another country.
but he said for heinous crimes, though.
Ain't that what?
Yeah, don't commit heinous crimes.
Ain't that what England did? Put their ass on Australia.
Let me ask you something though. Have any of y'all seen ICE in any of your neighborhood, anywhere driving around, or anywhere through your life since they've been mentioned? Only seen them on the news. Have you ever seen them anywhere? Like, have you ever seen
I've
anything?
never seen one in
It was
person.
just here in Hunting
Mm.
Park. There was in Hunting
I've
Park.
seen them like 4 times. Bro.
I haven't, but I've seen YouTubers catch
Listen,
them on.
They came in,
y'all
so
know
they came into the Secretary of State, bro.
You heard me? There's people protesting ICE right now because they tightening an American right now. I think it's in Colombia or Salvador or something like that.
Yeah, the Diaz dude, I think he out of there, bro.
I've seen ICE here in HP. Shit, you got me fucked up. Them niggas was depressed.
HP, baby.
Don't wear anything that can be construed as anything like gang
I better
related.
walk around with some black power pics or something. But no, I'm black.
How come every year, like every couple years, they get a new boogeyman, right? After 9/11, it was the you know what I mean? It was the Afghanistani and Middle Easterns.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden it's the Venezuelans and the South Americans. It's gonna be black again. It's gonna get back. Black, you know, the season's coming.
It's coming now, bro. With that whole, bro, we had a break. That's it. I was telling people, enjoy your break while it lasts, and the break is over. With that Carmelo Anthony thing, bro, these people tripping, bro. Motherfuckers was tripping. They like, when I seen that, it was like he done bought a house with the GoFundMe money. I'm like, bro, that's their house. They been had their house. Like, what are you talking
Yeah, it's
about?
bad. Did you see the press conference they had today?
Yeah, man.
And they were saying that the representative, the next gen, whatever, that he's convicted. What did he do? He put a baby in the hospital.
Yeah. So I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the record, bro. So I don't know what
Yeah,
he
the
did.
representative that spoke today, the guy that spoke today at the press conference that was representing the family,
Mm-hmm.
he's a convicted baby abuser, and then I think when he was out on probation, then he did some fraud, and I guess now he's been out and he's a preacher now. Then he's got that next gen. What is it called?
Next gen
Next gen
nonprofit
something.
organization.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
next gen something. Yeah, look at his background.
They see it at work. I don't know. Like even when they say that, I'm looking like I want to know how. Yeah, like I mean, ain't that? I don't know. Ain't that the American story? We can fuck up and make up or fix it.
Yeah, he's reformed. I guess the whole baby thing happened in 2016 is what they're saying, and he only did 3 years.
Damn, that ain't that long ago. Hold on, bro.
He only did 3 years. He put this baby in the hospital, like
I know 19
shook
is
and beat the
25.
baby.
Well, damn, it's 25. Yeah, that shit wild, bro. I don't know. But I would say this, bro. Like they was pissed off that the dad got kicked off the press conference. I'm like, wasn't it court ordered for them to be around each other?
No, the court order is for the guy, the
son
teenager, yeah, to not be
not
around
to be
the
around the
family.
family. But who's to
Yeah,
say he
that's
wasn't there? Like the dad
yeah.
just
He
popped
wasn't
up as a
there.
family press conference. But I'm saying, how did the dad know he wasn't? This is a
Like,
press
there's
conference.
no court order that says that the dad can't be there.
But why would he come?
Yeah, why would he be there? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
Like
think he
people like he
spoke.
has the right. I'm like, but why would you do that? That is nothing good gonna come out of that. Like, let's be
Right.
real. Like that's why they choose them out. But yeah, I just don't
But
think
he wasn't being like he was just standing there. He wasn't
his
saying
presence
anything,
though.
or he wasn't
But
like
his
doing
presence
anything.
there. His
No, he
presence
definitely
there though.
wanted his presence there. Yeah, he definitely
Yeah.
wanted
And
to hear
that's
and
a statement.
be seen.
Yeah, that statement enough. Imagine if that other family held a press conference and somebody from his family, how would they feel?
Yeah, I'm glad he left. Like he left peacefully.
Yeah.
It's hard though. It's hard because you have to have like compassion for both sides. Like the families, it's not their fault.
Oh yeah, I do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't like the rhetoric though. I don't like how they let the father questioning. Okay, look. I mean, I don't know. I'm 40 years old. I remember when I was a teen. Like I did shit that I'm not proud of, and I'm not okay. I didn't say that part, but I did shit I ain't proud of. Right? And I know how that would have reflected on my parents if I was caught and put in that position. And it's not their fault. You know what I'm saying? They did the best they can do to raise me. I just did me, bro. At the end of the day, so to throw a shot like that and you have a history, like you're not with your wife right now because you got SA charges. Like, come on, man. Your wife left you because you got SA charges, and it ain't for her. He had say somebody else when he was with her. So, and then you go attack the character of the parent. Like you could have just said your piece and left it at that. It's a tragic situation. I understand you in pain and anger, but
I've seen
I don't
parents
think
like
nobody.
actually like hug each other, cry
Yeah,
together. I've seen that before.
I'm gonna go ahead and step down. I'm going to bed.
Me too,
all right,
James.
bro. I appreciate it.
Rest well.
Salute.
Salute. Good night, Nine. Good night, everyone. Chat.
Good night. Have a good
Stoic.
one.
Dee Dee.
Oh shit,
Well,
fuck you.
that was an epic.
Good night, everybody. Yeah, I'm glad you know it. I'm glad you know it. Was there a lesson learned tonight?
No, I knew that. I knew what was going to happen.
I was
I
gonna say,
knew
you
you
know,
wasn't going.
who Gary was
I knew you
asking
wasn't
that.
going. No, because I named the title of the live to trigger Gary, but I knew I knew I wasn't gonna be able to trigger him because it's just his personality here versus off air, and it's the way the conversation flow. Like I'm not gonna say we wouldn't have a conversation like that on here, but it's not
Oh,
organic.
we're gonna have one. I know that.
Nah, it's just that y'all too like-minded. He's gonna have to have somebody,
That's,
I don't know.
thank you.
Can you trigger?
She
Can you trigger a
understands.
dinosaur?
Mm.
Y'all
You can't trigger
positive.
like-minded people.
Yeah, like it would have to be a negative and a positive for that to work. You would have to have somebody real negative up here on this panel to get
Put Dub back. I need Dub. Dub,
yeah.
come back.
Ozzy.
This is one show.
Get off this
Oi,
drum, man.
oi, oi.
The little
Oi,
chuckle
oi,
sound
oi.
that I created with my fiance is about to conjure my spirit and steal my soul. Let me get off this drum.
I ask no questions. Don't ask no questions.
Stoic, what you talking about, Stoic? Who triggered who? What you talking about?
Well, hang on. If you don't want to hear any lies, don't ask any questions, right?
No, he said somebody triggered me. I don't know what he talking about.
Gary, I've come here to trigger you. Where'd Rachel go? Oh, Rachel. She dropped off.
He went to go get some from her fiance.
Yeah. So the words mission tonight was to trigger Gary, and I think he's failed miserably.
I did.
Yeah, he knows he failed miserably. I told him that before it was going to happen.
Challenge accepted.
But it was, I didn't want to I didn't want to trigger him like a push him off trigger. It's not like when we had a conversation and Gary going to like this deep passionate mode, and I was trying to trigger that.
Gotcha.
Like having a conversation on the phone, I can trigger it, but on here I can't, and I think that becomes the depth of the conversation. I think that's what
keeping the brand. I'm keeping the brand, man. I'm keeping the brand.
Good man. That's the spirit. Keep the brand. That should be a meme. Keep the brand. Like I put that on a t-shirt. Keep the brand.
Keep the brand. You got to keep the brand. But don't. It's going to happen sooner or later because the fact that people are coming over more and more, and they're not on the same wavelength. It's going to happen. I just don't know when.
What's going to happen, bro?
I'm going to get triggered.
Shit.
It's
Well,
going to
I hope I
happen.
catch up. Really?
Oh, that's why we got replays. Watch the replay.
That's why we have clips. Well, you come to the wrong place because the word is the king of the clips, bro. He'll fuck you up with those clips, bro.
I got one for you know that dude named Jill. I don't know. He was on Missing Bob panel. I forget. Y'all know Missing Bob. But there's a dude named Jill, and I'm making he gonna be on Crash Out Part 2. I clipped his ass from yesterday. This motherfucker was trying to psychoanalyze me. He was like, "Yeah, I've been around your kind 1,000 times. You're a new ager." Like what? He's like, "Yeah, you're black because black people are the only people to say they are divine." I'm like, what?
What the fuck?
I know some white people who say that. I know white people who say that.
Well, Stoic's asking in chat is to trigger a term of endearment. A little bit, actually. Sometimes you can trigger a cunt just to make him feel good about himself. Yeah. Get that shit off your chest, bro. Yeah.
There's different types of triggers. You can trigger someone in a happy way, in an angry way, in an erotic way. I mean, there's different ways to trigger people.
I mean, it's a dual situation.
Yeah, go on.
I might get triggered on Monday.
Well, actually, I was having a conversation just before on Speak's channel, and we were talking about objective morality. Can we all agree that we hate Mondays? Is that some kind of objective reality that Mondays suck?
I like my Mondays. You know what? I'm probably the outlier of everything, but I got I always deal with my favorite clients on Monday, right? I got my vent clients. They just call me the vent. I don't even got to say nothing. They just call me the vent. So I deal with them, and then wrestling come on, And then I don't know. I guess that's it. But those are 2 reasons I like Monday: wrestling and my vent climb. Man, that should be funny sometimes. When people hold shit in and then just finally get it out, it'd be epic.
Yeah, I like Mondays because I wake up Monday morning at about 4 o'clock and I go, last week's behind me. It's gone. It's a new reality today. It's Monday. We're going to start again. You know how people like on New Year's Eve, they kind of say, last year was shit. This year's going to be awesome. I do that every Monday. I wake up and go, last week was kind of shit, but this week's going to be amazing.
Picked out my chemistry.
Oh shit! Today's Friday. Wow.
Today Friday? It is
I forgot it was Friday. Y'all come back in 7 more days. I'm putting it out there now. Y'all come back in 7 more days. Somebody getting old over here.
Who?
The owl.
Oh shit! My birthday next week. I thought it was 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
What is today's date?
Today is.
Oh shit!
18th.
WrestleMania, come on! The WrestleMania about to be
Saturday.
here.
I know this.
Oh,
Saturday.
I thought WrestleMania was next week, and then the week after that was my birthday.
No, sir.
Yeah, I mean I gotta go
It's
somewhere.
this
Wednesday.
week. Yo, you ain't gonna be here. We gonna miss you, buddy.
No. Oh no, Wednesday I gotta. We're going up to my wife's cousin house. Well, we're going up there, but we're getting tickets. We get this pass so we can go to all the museums. It's like it's one museum we go get the
Saturday,
pass for the rest.
Sunday. WrestleMania, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Saturday and Sunday. Yeah.
gonna be
Uncle L, you with the wrestling, bro? Hey, Uncle L, check out Sports Chat, Mr. 33. Every Monday and Friday we talk about wrestling. If you're into that, Uncle L, we be talking shit over there. Though. It's like a man cave. We talk about the sports, but we'll talk about
Yeah, we on the
sports.
sports. We on the sports channel.
That's like the man cave over there. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We sports chatting over there. The host is
Yeah, come through. Yeah, Uncle L, come through, Uncle L, hit the panel, man. We be talking about that. I just got back into it like last year, so I'm still learning some stuff. Like, I was out the game for a while.
So, fellas, hang on, Gary. Sorry, bro. I just want to say one thing. Let me throw a bomb in the princess's bedroom. Is wrestling? Well, okay, I'll make a claim. Wrestling is fake. Prove me wrong.
What do you mean fake?
Well, that's a good question. That's a very good question.
We're gonna wait for a very good answer then.
I'm not sure. I'm just being an asshole. I'm trying to stir something up. So, do you think we talking WWE wrestling? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Yes, we talk about all wrestling.
No, there's different
AEW. No, I'm saying WWE, AEW, TNA.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like high school wrestling is probably real. Like when the guys are all rolling around on the mat and sniffing each other's buttholes, which they end up in all those kind of positions, right? That's probably real.
Okay, but here's my question. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm gonna pull a Aussie. Why is that real? That looks choreographed to me as well. It's not real.
Oh shit!
All you do is roll. All you do is roll on somebody, and that's it.
I think in WWE, I think people really do put a staple gun in someone's back, and they punch in staples, and they really grab a fold-up chair, and they really smash a guy over the head. So yeah. Gary, you fucked me up right now. You fucked me up. I thought I had a position. Now you fucked me up.
I tell you what.
Oh, I can use
if
my
you
phone.
if you watch WrestleMania, you tell me if
Hold on, Uncle L, I'm using
it's
my
not
phone.
real. If you see somebody get whipped with a belt, you tell me if it's real or not. If you see whips on a person back after getting whipped with that belt, you tell me if it's
Man,
real or not.
when she slapped Liv Morgan with that goddamn braid, and I seen that whip, I would have been like, man, her would have been fighting after that bitch for real, bro. She smacked the shit out of her with her braid, bro.
You
Like,
get whipped with a
real,
braid,
bro.
and then you talk about you hear it, and you talk about that ain't real. Okay, listen, the moves are real. If you don't perform it correctly, you will. Hey, there's people with broken necks out here. There's people who literally can't wrestle no more because they got power drives on their neck, paralyzed.
Gary,
Look at Lex Luger.
yeah, no, listen, Gary, you fucking asshole. You're fucking convinced. I hate being wrong, you dickhead. You fucking prove me wrong.
I
Get
appreciate
the
it.
fuck out of here.
As long
Making me look
as long
fucking
as it's
stupid.
right, it doesn't matter. I don't take credit for it being right. It's just right. It's not me. You know, like when
Yeah,
you
I'm about
sit
to
there and look
see.
at Lex Luger in that
I'm like,
wheelchair,
I thought you was a
you'll
dog.
understand
You know,
what
I'm
I'm
gonna
talking
say
about.
crazy, but go to bed tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but Saturday we can go look at the moon. Okay? No, tomorrow it's gonna be hot. I'll let you stay up tomorrow. Okay? When mommy come home, we'll look at the moon. We'll take the telescope outside. It's too late now.
Yeah. So that's a reality. Hitting the head with a chair.
Yeah. I like that level 36. 6 and 9. 8 down 6.
I know, but you can't do it right now.
I'm about to say
Thank
we
you.
gonna go eating now. We eating at 4:30. Okay, yeet.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
You
real,
know I can't
Ozzy.
see you.
I'm gonna tell you, it's real.
I'll be in there in a minute. Good. Look, no, then.
It's very, very real. But we
Yeah,
do
I'm
have
not
those
gonna believe.
conversations on that chat.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
do.
I'm not going to believe.
Not,
I'm not going to believe wrestling's real until they start tossing midgets. Then I'll accept. I'll accept.
That's why I like Doink the
They do that in Detroit. They do that in Detroit. Word is the
I'm just saying.
MVP. They got
I'm just
Michael
saying.
wrestling here.
I'm just saying. Show me the Undertaker tossing a midget, then I'll come to your side.
You don't remember when he
he used to do that. What are you talking about?
That
He used
midget,
to do that.
midget.
Hornswoggle.
Oh, you guys are killing. You guys are killing me. Fucking, you're killing me, bro.
So Ozzy, when you get a chance, look up Hornswoggle, and they're gonna show you him, and then you're gonna see what I'm talking about. And he had an Irish dude that used to be with him. His name was what was his name? Oh God, Fit Finley.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And he was his protector.
That's when I used to watch. Yeah, that's when I used to watch.
They did that before. They try to tombstone them. What they used to do to the Hornswoggle. They had a dude with one leg wrestling.
Man,
and he was wrestling.
Up, bro.
He was wrestling the Big Show.
I hope he used his crutches as like weapons, right? That I would watch.
One leg. He had one leg.
Like your birthday.
I've never forget
You know why I like my birthday so much, man? Why I've grown to appreciate it is because I don't do nothing. I literally sit and chill. I don't like parties. I don't do none of that stuff. I sit and chill, but it's just a reminder of how far I came. It's just a reminder.
You gotta appreciate how far you came. Absolutely.
That's
well, that's a topic. Like Stoic in the chat. Stoic 9 said, "I hate birthdays. Birthdays should be the one day you don't celebrate yourself." Stoic, tell us why. But that sounds a bit self-deprecating. I hear you because I was there as well. I thought my birthday's the one day My birthday was the one day of the year I should hate myself, right? Like seriously,
I don't.
really
I
did.
don't.
My
I
birthday
don't
is the
know
one day I
why.
can tell everyone to fuck off. Leave me alone. This is my day. Kick fucking rocks. I ain't doing a goddamn thing. Kiss my ass. That's the one day I can tell everybody that. That's my one day. Don't nobody bother me. They call. They don't even call me. They text me because I probably ain't gonna answer the phone. Like just
That's
leave
so
me
funny.
alone.
Excuse me. That's like when your wife goes, "What do you want for your birthday, babe?" Just leave me alone. Just leave me
Be
alone.
quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally what
Right,
we
no
do
puedo.
because we got a membership to a camp resort, like a campsite. So usually what we do is just go get a cabin and chill for like the weekend or for like 4 or 5 days. And I'm out in the wilderness, bro. I can just breathe. And I ain't, and Wi-Fi stuff, it's just like you just getting back to the root. So I love that. And now, like my kids getting older, I like teaching he know how to make a bird nest already. He learned when he was 3. And when the next year he went, he knows exactly what to do. It tripped me out. My son's his cognitive ability, it's like, that shit is like looking off the chart.
Yeah, it's like when little Kay says to me, "What do you want to do for your birthday?" And I go, "Nothing." She goes, "No, you can't do nothing." I would love, you ask me, "What will we do for your birthday?" I go, "Nothing." No, we can't do that. Can I at least buy you a card and write in the card, right? I go, "Yes, love. Make me a card. That's fine." But literally, I would love to do just nothing.
Yeah, it's I don't eat pork ribs. I don't really eat ribs no more except for my birthday. I eat blackened salmon and ribs. That's all I want. And give me I don't even drink beer, but I'm gonna have a beer. I told my wife, I said I'm gonna get me a beer this my birthday. That's what I'm gonna do. She was like, "You don't drink no more." I don't drink, bro. But I'm gonna light the fire pit up. I'm gonna chill outside. Me and my son gonna look at the stars, and I'm gonna chill, bro. I'm gonna just enjoy that shit.
Because
Oh,
there's this
That's all I want to do.
I'm gonna so that the chat's gonna hate me for bringing this up again, but men have a space in their brain. There's like a little box in their brain, and there's nothing in it. And sometimes we go there. We go and hang out where there's nothing, right? And our women, they go, "You can't be doing nothing. Like you have to be doing something." I go, "No, girl, I'm just literally chilling, doing nothing." And they're like, "That's impossible. There's got to be something going on in your brain." No, I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling, doing nothing.
There's something in my brain, nothing.
Yeah.
I am doing something. I'm doing nothing.
Yeah.
I'll do reality.
Oh my God, we're getting philosophical. Is nothing something?
That's like you fuck with the women, bro. They be like, "Huh? Yeah, ponder on that." By the time you figure it out, my birthday will be over.
Shit, you missed it again.
I still don't get it. I tell you next year. That's how you do it, bro. I'm telling you, cheat code.
Cheat code.
For all you men looking to get married, at one time that you were ordered to do something, do nothing. Never shut up.
Yeah,
Let me
got to
try
shout
somebody
out.
take me serious.
Just want to shout out to Stoic in the chat. Maybe it's me. Almost every day I sit to take back and listen to my thoughts. I cringe when somebody wish me happy birthday because it all stems from a place of being nice. Bro, that is the most complicated sentence I've ever read. But I can address it.
Oh.
First of all, yeah.
Translated.
Yeah, first of all, Stoic, let's start from the back. We'll start at the end. It all stems from being nice. Well, rule number 1, don't be nice. Number 2, when somebody wishes me happy birthday, I cringe. Well, the correct answer to a compliment. Yes, it's fake nice. I know, bro. That's what I'm getting at. So the correct answer to a compliment is, I'm reading the chat from Stoic. He said it's fake nice. Yeah, fake nice is poison, bro. It's poison. And then I'm talking to Stoic in the chat.
Oh.
Yeah. Like read the chat. Stoic's sharing something.
Yo, go ahead. Go ahead.
So let me tell you happy birthday every now just to fuck with you. Every day. Happy birthday, Stoic.
So we know Stoic ain't gonna be here. We know Stoic ain't gonna be here next Thursday at 12 a.m. Friday morning. We know he ain't gonna be here then.
Why not?
Because we're gonna be celebrating somebody's birthday.
So bro, even what you're saying, bro, you had to have some type of experience for you to have that perception.
Yes, bro. Yes. Stoic,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Stoic's tired of being fake nice.
I got a horrific story for a birthday. I'm over that. I was 9.
Let's hear it.
Hey, it's not a big deal. I'll tell it. So on my 9th birthday, my father came and got me. He's like, "We're going out for your birthday." Mother's like, "Okay, cool. Go ahead." So we go outside, we go around the corner. I stand outside for 2 hours. He goes in a basement apartment. He comes back, he takes me home. What was he doing for 2 hours? He was up there getting high.
Bruh. That's fucking brutal, man.
Yeah. But you know, when you understand that, you know, broken people are broken, you can't let it deter you. That's why a lot of the times we talk about elevating, because as long as we stay in those low level places, we're gonna be triggered about certain things. Let me explain something to you. Right? I don't think y'all heard us earlier. So I'm gonna reiterate what happened. So a YouTube content creator named Yak, he frequented this channel a couple of times. He passed away. Right? So for us, this is about the 3rd person that passed away that we associate with. Right? So instead of us being, you know, mourning and doing like that, we celebrate, right? We celebrate what they contribute. You know, we say our condolences, but we celebrate that. So it's only right for us to celebrate birthdays, right? You have to celebrate life. Even if it may be meaningless. Like, for example, we're gonna celebrate somebody's birthday next Friday, next Thursday, Friday, right? We celebrate it because 1, the person is important to what we do. 2, you know, at the end of the day, we a family over here, right? Once you become family, once you become comfortable, we celebrate all of those type of things, right? And even though that person has a real family, right? The relatives, the wives, the husband, or whatever they celebrate, we're gonna celebrate them here. All because we show appreciation to what the person brings to the content, what they bring to the channels, what they bring to each and every one of our lives that they reach out to. You celebrate that because it's without that person, some of us can't grow, some of us can't, you know, gain knowledge and information from the person. So you celebrate that. So Stoic, I mean, I'm sorry that you don't celebrate birthdays, but you need to be celebrated. Like, you need to be celebrated because you go through situations and you overcome them. You improve from it. I don't know what happened to you in the past. Hopefully, you know, it's easy for somebody on the outside looking in to say, you know, we hope you get over it. But you have to understand that there are people here that truly value and appreciate you and would always want to celebrate you, right?
Facts.
It
Facts.
it may be rare in your life, but sometimes when a rarity situation happens, it can improve you for the better. It can't change you for the worse. The only way it could change you for the worse is if you don't want to improve in the first place. So that would be the best way to look at what you were saying. But I would never listen. I don't celebrate birthday. I don't celebrate my birthday either. Me, I just don't think it's important. But if people want to show appreciation towards me, I'm going to accept it, because at the end of the day, I know even if I think it's fake, right? The efforts and the humbling appreciation may make me think otherwise. So I have to go ahead and do it, because at the end of the day, it's people showing you appreciation. It can't be fake unless you think everybody is fake around you. Now, if you think everybody's fake around you, that's a different story. So, maybe one day, that experience will occur to where you don't feel the way that you feel. Until then, I mean, hey, no one's intention can trump your feelings. So until you can overcome that feeling, we're gonna have to respect what you ask.
So Gary, what's the correct response to a compliment? If someone says to you, "Hey Gary, I like the way you did that," or "Gary, I appreciate you," or something like that, what's the correct response?
Thank you for the kind words.
There we go. So many men today can't do that. So many men go, "Don't compliment me. Don't tell me I'm good," because so many men today hate themselves, which is the most bizarre phenomenon I've ever seen. It's ridiculous. So someone says, "Hey Kizza," that's me, Kizza. "Hey K-Dog, I like the way you cut that tree down. That was impressive." I go, "Thank you for that." Instead of going, "Nah, it wasn't really me. My saw, like I had this good saw." That's, oh my God, it's so stupid. And it takes such a little amount of encouragement to feel good about yourself.
It's more of the effort for me, right? So, for example, if I do a live and someone shares my live, I just say thank you for the kind gesture. Somebody
Beautiful.
was like, "What the hell?" Somebody said, "What the hell you keep saying thank you for the kind gesture for? What does that mean?" Thank you for the kind gesture. Like,
He trying to
all right,
trigger me.
well.
I saw that.
So I said, the gesture of you sharing my live, that's the appreciation of it. Oh, no, that ain't what that. Okay. Found out what it meant. Hey, we got over it. Some like it doesn't take much to show appreciation, right? Like we
I
can't
wouldn't.
literally. Go ahead.
I just want to explain. First of all, I was thinking of the definition and not meaning. Gesture means to attempt something. So when you said thank you for the kind gesture, I'm like, oh, he thought I attempt to share it? Like that's just an attempt? And then I had to really look at like what is the meaning of praise? And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I understand that.
The fact of the matter is, because somebody, it doesn't hurt to say thank you. It doesn't hurt to say, I appreciate what you did. It doesn't hurt, right? But the fact that, it's not being said a lot, some people got to let go of their ego. They say pride goes before the fall. It's not pride. You can have pride in the things that you do. It's your ego that overtakes the pride. That supersedes pride. So
let me tell you the problem.
Go ahead.
I enjoy Sidney Tour, right? I think he was fucking crazy. I think he was fucking genius. So when people use ego out of context, I think is blasphemy against Sigmund Freud's work.
Oh my God.
I think it's blasphemy.
You think it's blasphemy? Why do you think it's
Yeah,
blasphemy, sir?
because your ego is a conscious self. Now your ego has two other parts, but it's your super ego and your ID, your instinctive desire. So even when people say your ego get out the way, it's either you're below it or you're above the ego. But the ego is your conscious self. So those two sides actually are projected, whether it's the super ego or the ID. Is projected from the ego, but it's not the ego.
Mm-hmm. So what would you use instead of pride?
That's like karma. Like when people say karma, they associate it to something negative. When people usually say ego, they associate it to something overinflated, which is underinflated. But I think anything used too much is bad. So I don't even think pride is bad. I just think if it's overused. I
Pride
think
is
all
not bad.
all those things used for the right reason is beneficial, but if it's used for the wrong reason, it's detrimental. That's just how life works.
So what?
So even like ignorance,
So what
ignorance can be bliss and keep you out of trouble, or it can put you in trouble.
Mm-hmm. So what word would you use instead of pride goes before the fall? Because I don't think pride goes before. I don't think your pride goes before the fall.
Modern, like if I use a modern day ideology and not the biblical ideology, I would say selfishness. That's what it equals up to. When people are selfish, that's usually when. And yes, your super ego is like your altruistic stuff. That's what the super ego is when you put other people above you. When you put the betterment of the group. You know, like I say, I'm not bigger than the program over here, meaning I'm not bigger than what we're doing over there. So I will swallow my pride and put my feelings aside for the betterment of the group sometimes. I have to. Yeah. I did, and I
I'm
do.
just saying.
Y'all don't even know about it, bro. 'Cause I can be crashing the fuck out on here, like literally. But I don't because I ain't bigger than the program. I'm not bigger than the program. Like you said, protect the brand, bro.
I understand. I hear you. No, I'm
So
listening to you.
Stoic's going Freudian on our ass. He's going Freudian. Can you recognize the super ego in the real world? Yeah, you can, bro. The super ego is the morals that your parents instilled in you when you were growing up. Then you look around and you find out the world doesn't operate the way that you thought it did. But you still got this super ego going, do the right thing. But the world don't operate that way. I'll give you like a little bit of advice. Operate that way. Listen to your super ego.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is just because people don't got common sense anymore, that don't mean you should not be using common sense that you have. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah, the righteous man walks alone. The righteous man walks alone.
Y'all kept me on here for another 45 minutes. Let me get my butt off here. It's 5 o'clock.
Okay,
bro. Let's get off of here. We appreciate Word trying to trigger Bust It Down Brown.
He failed.
I can admit my failure. Well, technically,
he think he's
failure because I knew what to expect.
He wasn't even trying, so he already know this joke.
I didn't.
He wasn't trying, but it's okay.
It was more of a. It was more of a social experience. I wanted to see people come over, and I just wanted to see what happened. I didn't really have no expectation. I had some hypotheses, but yeah, a lot of the things I do on here, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I try to be transparent. It's really a social experiment, especially the topics I come up with. It's like a stimulant, putting a stimulant into hypothesis, like a control variable, rather.
Yeah, I kind of fall back on basic principles. I think the world's so unpredictable that we can't control all the variables. We have to We have to just go on basic principles, like don't lie, be a good cunt, stuff like that. That will see you through more than trying to control all the variables.
Oh no, I just put a control or use a stimulant just to see the different reactions because people react. I mean, I know it's comfortable to like categorize things and put people in boxes, but I love the uniqueness of people and how different people are. So often that's why I like having conversations and not debate. I don't really care who's right. I want to know what's right. And hearing from different perspectives, I can kind of tailor it to an understanding. Like most people think right or wrong, but I always have that gray area. And for me, I look in 3, really 5D. Like, what did somebody say? Oh, you duality. Like, no, I like triality. Really?
Yeah, I'm generally playing 4D chess. 4D chess. Gary, you can't blow your own horn in the chat, bro. That's well, you kind of can. Bust it down, Brown, for the win. There we go. That's better, Gary. That's much better. Own that shit. You won. So, Word, I think you have to go somewhere, do you?
Yeah, to bed. Go to bed. Ego.
Thanks.
Super ego.
Thanks for having me up.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Hey, Stoic, you know what would be a good... No problem, brother, no problem. So, you know what would be a good video? I'm about to show you. I did a video on all this already, bro. I got you, bro. I got you. I got you. Check this out. Let me share my screen. Yeah, when you ain't got nothing to do and you bored, let's go watch this. It's called... Holy shit, I erased that one too. Never mind, I erased it. I can't believe I erased... Oh no, here it go, right here. Right here. What is the ego? The ego, I simplified it for you. It's like Ego for Dummies right here. So go check that video out. I don't think it's that long. How long is it? 25 minutes. So, yeah. 25 minutes. Go check that one out. What is the ego? Simplified. Yeah. Yeah, let me get my behind off here, man. I appreciate everybody who came through and rocked out. We will be back tomorrow with the event. So if y'all need to get something off y'all chest, come holler at me. Eventing. We'll try to do it every Friday. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Y'all know what I always say, care about how you feel. These conversations to build nations. And if I say anything that resonated with you, do me a favor, hit that share button, tell somebody, help me spread the word. But until next time, we out.